Hey, you guys, I'm back. I know I put 10 o'clock, but I finished doing what I needed to do early, and I decided to get on early so we wouldn't be on all night. So, what's going on, you guys? Where's my other phone at? I can never find my phones. Hey, Clarinetta, Tam08. Um, True Aquarius, Miss Diane Bowens. Oh, here it is. Maybe the phone I was looking for. This whole time. I am Big Grow Official. Cecilia, Paula, Tierney, Hero Fix TV. Shout out to Hero Fix TV, y'all. Make sure y'all go subscribe to him. Robert Mapp, Sherry. I went and picked up my book, Miss T. What chapter we doing we're still on the first 3 chapters because remember my power went out last week. And then after that, we're gonna chow because he's got some long chapters. We're probably just gonna read like a chapter a week. So we can recap and talk about it and all that good stuff. Yeah, what's going on tonight? Miss Sharon. Hey, Shan. Hey, Miss Shirley. I came on early. People was expecting for me to come on at 10, but I finished doing what I needed to do, and I was like, I'm gonna just go on it because I mess around and get too sleepy. Hey, rest in peace, young doll. He said he on one all night. Y'all, it was so hot outside. Like, share, subscribe. If you haven't subscribed, please do subscribe. Oh Lord. I'm gonna drop the link tonight for people to come up. If you all want to come up. Hey G Finley. Hey Real Deal Lee. Miss Diane said knock it out the park tonight. I'm waiting for more people to start getting the notifications. TB21, new to you. Shout out to my moderators for doing a good job. I'm still in Virginia Beach. It was very hot and humid. The air quality is bad. Ooh, child. It is. I told y'all about the mosquitoes had me hemmed up in my damn house. So I went outside on my patio this morning early cleaned the patio off real good, and then just started spraying. Put some more zappers out there. Put my lantern out there. They're gonna leave me alone. They're gonna leave me alone. I don't know where I'm getting ready to contact Cypress on Facebook. I'm gonna see if I can hit him up on social media on Instagram. Hold on, let me see. Let me see here. Oh, he said he here. Well, oh, he here. Okay, you guys. Tonight, I said tonight, I wanted to do a recap of the Young Dogs case. Like, um, we had talked about that earlier. Just doing a recap. I think it's important because it ain't no telling what's get ready to happen in the Young Dogs case. Um, it ain't no telling. But I always like to do. I like doing recaps because um it's always good to go back to the beginning before a lot of stuff got lost in the sauce. It was a lot of stuff put out in the beginning that really was key to the Young Dogs case. Once people start putting out a lot of garbage, you kind of forget. Mainly if you go back to the very beginning, you basically have a lot of what you need. Okay. They are finna uh get back smoky. They back trying to play, but just watch before this month end. Watch they poof. Mm. Oh Lord. Oh child. Lord have mercy. TV21 says, Diane, get ready to get off this flight in about an hour. Hey, G Money. Right. Hey, hey, how do you pronounce your name? Is it Shamara? Um, check this. What I'm finna to send you. I ain't gonna say much to give them clout, but they finna get what they begging for. Watch. Okay, send it to me. Let me see. Let me log into my Instagram. Y'all make sure y'all go and subscribe to Snoop Bands. They call and got his page taken, child. Did you send it to me? Rest in peace, Young Dog. Hey, Anissa. I was thinking about you yesterday. I was like, if I don't see Anissa, I'm gonna have to call her. Hey, E baby. Rest in peace, Young Dog. Did you send it to me? Let me ask y'all something, and I'm curious. Who is that person that you all was talking about? That's a super CMG, who with the dreads in his head? What's his name? Hey, Demon. Grip. He better. So let me ask you something. Is Grip related to Gotti? Are they blood related? Is Grip blood related to Gotti? I'm just curious. I'm gonna drop the link. Cypress, come up here. I'm just a little curious tonight. Child, I ain't gonna ask too much because these folks is crazy. It ain't nothing I can say that the folks don't already know. I'm just asking questions. Okay, so no, they're just cool. Okay. Hey, Cypress.
What's going on, love? What's going on? What's going on, everybody?
Did you get yourself situated?
I'm almost. I'm supposed to be though. I'm almost. I'm like I'm almost.
It ain't nothing worse than moving, ain't
No, ain't nothing in the world worth the move.
it? So let me ask you something. So you say Grip is not blood related to Gotti?
Not to my knowledge, you and I did. They grew up together, like
Mm.
they related, but not to my knowledge.
Oh, okay. I was just asking. Uh TB21 says Cypress, you in a disclosed location. You in a disclosed location. You have
Since you said that TB 21, yep, I'm in disclosed location. I'm with I'm pulling the quit. I'm in a disclosed location. I'm pulling the quick go bang, goddamn it. I'm in a disclosed location. Nah, I'm just playing. But now, no, they real close though. They like real close. They grew up together. You know what I'm saying? Drip, I mean not Drip. Grip, the one who showed got it, want to go get the money to get Irony and all that started off the ground. He did that. He was responsible for that. What supposed to went on with Grill? Hello?
oh, okay. I was reading something. Whoo, child. Rest in peace, Young Dolph. I'm gonna do a video on it. So, we I'm gonna do a video on it.
What supposed to went on with Grip?
No, I was just curious. Nothing at all. I was just wondering if he was related to Gotti and Juke.
They like family though, 'cause they've been around each other for years. They all grew up in the same area.
Hmm.
So,
I was curious. That's all.
okay, okay, okay.
Letitia says, right, rest in peace, young dog. He better not get caught slipping either.
Who
Y'all
better not
get the likes up. Y'all get the likes up.
get the lights up to get the hyped up? Who they talking about better not get caught slipping? No, y'all, I ain't on the run.
Cypress, they was saying that they thought that somebody ran you up out of Memphis.
No, I got up out of Memphis because I want to see new stuff. I don't want to just be blinded by Memphis. I want to see new things and new places. I don't want to be blinded by Memphis. Ain't nobody run me out of Memphis.
Well, look here, Cypress. Do you know what Grip's first name is?
Of course I do.
What is it?
Eric.
Okay. Y'all get them likes up.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody got some intel on something, but I wait on it. I wait on it.
No, I was just asking. I'm nothing. I was just asking.
Ah, ah. I know. I'm just messing with you.
Cecilia,
Yeah.
Cecilia says Cypress is playing chess right now.
You better know it. Yeah.
Recipe now says Cypress, I mess with you when though we on different sides of the field. Miss T, he not lying. That's his name. Okay.
Yep. Eric Watkins. That's his name.
Hmm. So y'all, I wanted to do a recap of this young dog's case, okay? And it's always good to go back to the beginning. Um, because when you go back to the beginning, it's always a lot of jewels, okay, that was dropped before people started putting out all kinds of stuff. Did you ever think that it would get this out of control? Like the stuff that I've seen people put out. I don't I guess I shouldn't be surprised folks put it out. I guess I was more surprised that people believed it. A lot of the
Why would you be?
crazy that was put out.
Why would you think? Why would you be surprised?
Because you're talking about adults that got jobs and careers and stuff like that, and they believe in a lot of this crap.
Listen, the day young dog died, that was the day time we're gonna forever be out of control. It ain't gonna never go back to normal. And y'all can wish and hope and scream. It ain't gonna never. Memphis ain't gonna never be back to normal behind that.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with people who in the know. Especially people that's in the know. So, yeah. Uh, but you know, I don't think the day he died, the day that it was gonna be forever be, and people were gonna bleed and die.
Mm-hmm. Um,
Throw some questions out, y'all. Throw some questions out. I know y'all want to ask some questions.
I wanted to do a recap. Let's go back to the beginning. Okay.
Let's go.
You want to do? Let's do it. Okay. Um, let me see here. Uh, I think we looked at this, but You know what? I think this is vital when you look at stuff like this.
In a quarter mile, take the Texas 8 Beltway frontage road exit toward Ella Boulevard, Reeds Crossing Boulevard.
Oh my God. Damn, they just killed Dolph, y'all.
Texas 8
Y'all see his
Beltway
arm
frontage
hanging out the window?
straight onto North San Houston Parkway West. Continue straight onto North San
Damn.
Houston Parkway West. Slight left.
What the fuck is in it? Yeah, that boy car right there.
Exit out toward North San Houston Parkway West. Continue straight onto North San Houston Parkway West.
Damn.
Okay, now I want to make this point, okay? Because I've had people to come into my chat and say that the people that work at the cookie shop was all in the cookie shop stepping out over the
Turn
crime
right
scene. I
onto
see the people, to include Maurice, standing over there on the side. I don't see him in the cookie shop. Do y'all?
Take the next right onto Sherman Road.
Okay, I just wanted to make that point. When people try to argue me down about stuff. Okay, so let's keep going. See, there they go right there on the side.
Damn. Damn, look at Dolph.
Okay, let's look at what that glass. Um, hold on, y'all. Is there any way I can make it bigger? Hold on. Okay, so can y'all see that?
Yeah.
And I ain't trying to act like I'm no expert
In a
on
quarter mile, turn
shooting or
left.
anything like
Texas
that.
8
Okay. But we see that the glass seems to be shot out from right here to right here. I don't know, you guys. I, I don't know. I don't know. I don't even want to, because I think we could all kind of go back and forth about what could have happened, but I haven't seen the video.
Take the next
So
toward Texas 8 Beltway
it
East.
it would it appears that they were shooting down, and you think about what the young lady said, and I think everybody has a difference of opinion because everybody has not seen the video.
Texas
If
8.
she said the young Dolph stepped over to the side, that it looks like that's where that window is. That is consistent with what she said. Looks like they saw him over to the side right there, right? To take a phone call. Did he see them run up and try to hit the deck or something? And they start shooting down. I don't know.
He seen them.
Yeah, I believe he's seen them. He could have
And then
seen them if he was on the phone, because most people, if they're taking a phone call and he stepped over to the side, he's probably had his back turned to the people at the counter and was looking out the window so he could see them running up with them weapons. Okay,
then when
that's
they
one
ran,
scenario.
and then when ran up, the nigga
Use any lane to
got
turn
off.
left onto Texas 8 Beltway East.
So that's one scenario. But hey, I wasn't there. You know, absolutely. You see somebody at the last minute, the first thing you do is you try and hit the deck, right? So I don't know though, but hey, let me keep going.
Look, he gonna try to block the view. Garbage ass.
Okay, so you see them get the gurney and take the gurney in there, and Maurice and them are still over to the side, right? So they was not in there hovering over Young Dolph's body. I've had people to come into my chat and say, why was Maurice them in there hovering over his body and contaminating the crime scene? Now, I want to find the video of when the people pulled up on the crime scene. My auntie's husband is the lieutenant over there in crime scene. Okay, I never even said it, but he is. So I work for the police department, so I already know how it goes. Like, I saw crime scene there, and once they get whatever it is that they trying to they collect, okay. So then they tell the people that own the situation, and I don't know if he was out there that day. Let me just say that I don't know if he was out there, because they have different shifts and they have different teams that go out. I ain't never asked them, okay, but so when they go out there to the crime scene, they collect whatever it is they're trying to collect, which is usually fragments from the weapon and things of that nature. Okay. And then they tell the people that own the shop to hey, clean your place up. Okay. So I just wanted to say that. I know it may not be what people want to hear, because it's not complicated. It's not a conspiracy situation. I just explain it as I know it. I don't know if my aunt's husband was out there that day. I never asked him. Okay, but I just know that he's a lieutenant in crime scene, and so I ain't gonna work somewhere for 18 years and not know how it goes. But I just let people have it, though. You know, I just let people have it. Okay, because I'm not getting ready to argue about something that whether we argue about it or not, it's not going to affect the case, right? It's not going to affect the case one way or the other, because the people already got their case. Okay.
The exit for Greenwood Drive. Merge onto North Sam Houston Parkway East.
So we see them going in there to get the body. Okay, they went in there to get the body. When crime scene comes out, I mean, I'm sure the officers on the scene took pictures of the body to give to crime scene. The crime scene comes out to investigate the scene, not investigate the body. Okay, that's what the what's his name is for.
I'm just trying to see what's going on. Yep. Yep. Yep, that's Dolph.
Houston Parkway East, Texas 8 Beltway
Uh-uh.
Road. Take the next right.
What the hell is that?
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Huh? Okay, he said he'll be right back. Thanks for becoming a member, Anissa. So I feel like it's always important, you guys. I like to show that. You know, a lot of people may have had their suspicions about the young lady that was holding the camera. I mean, she had said some stuff, you know. Lord, the folks popping the firecrackers. She had said some stuff that could, you had to resubscribe. Wow. She had said some stuff that could be Remy, stop. They popping firecrackers. That, I guess that could be a little concerning, but it I guess it don't, it could be no, it could mean nothing, you know. I guess alarming when she said, um I got what I needed. I got what I needed to get, you know. Was she talking about, she said that right after, you know, the police officer tried to block the view of the body. What was it that I got what I needed to get? What was it that she needed to get as it relates to that crime scene? You know, so I you know, I don't know. But I don't read a lot into that because I don't have any proof of anything else. Okay. What about this Caroline Mason? The word is well, if Caroline covering for Gotti, um, you know, she gonna take her ass to jail. That's all I know. She gonna take her ass to jail. Cause I don't think the Fed's gonna play with anybody as it relates to this case. Cause it's a lot that's going on with this young dog's case. That's all I can say. If she covering for Gotti, she going to jail. Great face. She was talking a lot. She seen who did it. No, that was the other female that said that. Hmm. I don't know what you mean when you say where the real feds. I don't know, you know, as far as fake feds, I don't know any fake feds. Miss 48 know a lot too. Oh Lord. Mm. So what is it that Caroline knows? What is it that you think that she knows? I guess my question would be, what is it that Caroline knows, and how do we know what she know? As far as the case, I mean, she's over investigations now, so she would know a lot. You know what? I didn't see that, TJ. Okay, so we saw that situation. Um, there was a lot of people, of course, we know now, that was lurking around that crime scene. I'm talking about, it was just a lot going on with that crime scene. I'm talking about as far as after he was killed. Um, you know, with there being um people out there to make sure, I guess, that it went down. You know, I guess they would be like their hype people, you know, that, and I think I've said this before, that was in other locations um around there. Okay. Yeah, around there, around that area. Um so like right after that, hold on, let me Let me go back to where I was going. Hold on. Okay, so then on it looks like around November the 21st of 2021, right? Thaddeus Matthews had put this out. Y'all know I like to give people their credit. Okay. And this when he was on the case heavy. I had not even started vlogging on the case at this point, but this is Desmond Rogers. He was killed. Okay, he was taken out, and according to Thaddeus Post, he says the young man who took out the young man taken out this evening on Bradley Street, 2 doors down from where the Benz that the shooters of Dolph had hidden is named Desmond Rogers, 29 years old. It's alleged that it was Rogers that informed police to the whereabouts of the car. How many have to die over this rap beat? Okay, so we saw in Thaddeus's vlog, and that was a few days after young Dolph was killed, Desmond was killed. And he's saying that it is alleged that Desmond had alerted the police to, you know, where the car was. Now it's possible, but we don't know that for sure, right? Because we think about it now, like anybody could have did that. Okay. Anissa says she been getting money. It could have been because, you know, the right. How would they have known that he called? Um, it could have been anybody. It's real talk with Tamara at gmail.com. Okay. This is interesting. I always like to go back to the beginning. And I know people say, well, why is she always pulling up like old stuff? Because, you know, the old stuff is always key, especially what comes out when it first happens. It's always good to pay attention to that. Um, I don't think he called, but I believe he knew some because he was posting about the shit before he died. What cover up was Desmond Rogers a part of? Lord have mercy. Tell me. I want to know. Tell me what cover up was Desmond Rogers a part of? When you pull up old stuff, it makes you really think, and it sometimes shows things you absolutely. That's exactly what it does. I like to pull up old stuff that's raw footage. Okay. Okay. So Moving on a little further. Hold on. Okay, so then on the okay, so this was like the day after Young Dolph was killed. These were the steel steel shots, right? That was put out, okay, of the people that did this, and a lot of people thought that that this young man, based on the way his legs was, remember, folks were saying that it looked like JoJo Splat and all of that, okay. But as far as right here, I always, I mean that this person always looked like Straight Drop to me. Even with a hat and mask on, it looks like Straight Drop. Okay, hold on. Yeah, it looks like him to me, but y'all, it was more people on that scene, so they strategically probably only showed, and this ain't something that just happened with the Young Dolph's case. It happens in a lot of high profile cases. When they're trying to get information, they will show some things. I think I put that into the atmosphere of why they do that. They shown those steel shots. Now I remember on the news, but they have removed it, of them showing, and I can't find it anymore, when they was running from that car. Okay, Lord is thundering. The thunder need to go on because I don't feel like my lights being knocked out. You think who you think going down next? More people were there. Late to class. My dad duty. My granddad duty today did. We reviewed the video of MPD performing CSI yet. From now on, the arrest gonna get bigger and bigger. If you ask me, the next person they arrest ain't gonna be a Pee-wee. No, it's still some little dudes left, but yeah, I think the aim is more so to get the root of the problem. Um, hold on, y'all. It's been a lot of stuff scrubbed. Okay. Hold on, you guys. I'm pulling up something. Hold on, y'all. A lot of the video I'm going and looking at some of the video that they had before, and when you click on it, and so when you click on it, it's something completely different. Like it's like they've been scrubbing a lot of that stuff. I noticed the feds need to expedite this process. If they have enough for some arrests, they need to make them. We need to be patient, but goodness, they can move faster. Y'all get the likes up. How many likes do we have? It's 200 people in here, only 100 likes, y'all. Please run the likes up. Okay. And so, as I was saying, it's always good to go back to the beginning to look at a lot of the raw footage before people started to Photoshop stuff, before they started putting their twist. Now, everybody has their opinion. It's one thing to have your opinion about something, it's something else to try and tweak stuff to try and make it what you want it to be. But as I've always said, the good thing about it is that regardless to other than when people witness tamper, okay, because I think that is what they was trying to do in the very beginning, um, witness tamper. But it does not change what happens as far as the case. And one thing that I learned, okay, especially when they took Teasy out, right, is that you have to be very meticulous about what you put into the atmosphere. And I'm just talking about everybody as a whole, because you got these people that for some reason that have not been arrested yet. They know that they were involved in this young Dolph's case. And for some reason they feel like taking people out is going to ensure that they are not arrested. It's a bunch of damn fools in the world, right? And so the only thing that they're doing is really ensuring that they get the death penalty. And unfortunately, I think some people would rather go to the death chamber and be taken out rather than have to go and serve a life sentence, right? That's the type of mindset that you dealing with. These folks pay people to go do the crime and they want to be involved in doing crime, but they definitely ain't got what it takes to go do the time, which is almost 100 darn years. Okay. Okay. The feds are wrapping it tight. Oh, for sure. Okay. For sure. It's some footage I'm looking for. Hold on, y'all. Okay. Let's look at this.
About an hour ago before we went live. Was he with anyone? And look, I happened to be talking with people right here in front of the Airways Inn before this scene got expanded, and I asked them the same thing. Did he get out of the car with anyone? Were any other cars with him? Because one thing about it, I told you about that lady who was actually at the churches during her lunch break. She told me that she heard two cars speed off. Working to figure that out, working to understanding what's behind that.
Y'all heard what he said, right? The lady at the church said she
Well, we
heard
want to
two
remind
cars speed
everybody
off.
is there's a
Okay.
law behind Jeremy. He's still working to get all the information he just talked about. I want to remind everyone that if you go to the Fox 13 Now app on whatever device you use, whether it be your
Roku,
Amazon Fire Stick,
Amazon.
Roku, your Apple TV device, if you go to the Fox 13 News Now app, we already have Young Dolph's bio, several pictures, some of the music videos that he's produced, the ones that were.
But that shows you the impact.
Not at this moment, but understanding that we just received information. You asked that question if someone happened to be with him. We have confirmed that someone was with young Dolph in front of Makita's Cookies here on Airways Boulevard, and understanding that that person didn't get hit by any of the gunfire that happened here in this section of Airways Boulevard. But you can see this, even though the police have not expanded the scene, the police presence has grown quite significantly. And understanding, and again, I'm with you all on every point. This has been very peaceful. This has been very peaceful, even though tensions have gotten high, feelings, emotion have gotten intense. This has been very peaceful. People just screaming,
People go and
basically
follow
getting their
folks all
point
the
across.
time.
So understanding
Folks
that
that I want to be
new
nosy
information we
about,
have
I go and
confirmed from
follow
the
them
Memphis Police
so
Department.
that I can be
Several
nosy.
sources
Okay.
they do say that someone did happen to be with young Dolph when sadly he lost his life, shot and killed. That person right now is being questioned by Memphis
So I
police.
guess now people
Of
trying to
course, we're going to
speak back
continue
up
to
and
stay
say
on top of
Mia
this. We're
J
working right now
is
to get
dealing
any
with Glorilla
information
so that they can
as
try
to
to put dirt on
if
her name again. I
they
rebuke them
have
in the name of
any
Jesus.
idea who is responsible for this. I want to give you an idea of how many surveillance cameras are out here. You have, at least from what I see, at least one at the Family Dollar in the parking lot, facing the side of Makita's.
See
You
that?
have, from what I've been told, two inside of Makita's, one facing the entrance and one facing the counter. And then you have this Comfort Coin Op Laundry right here at the corner of Joy and Airwaves. We're seeing at least two security cameras inside of there, one pointing toward the door, the other pointing toward the door on the outside. And look, you also see one at the corner. I just spotted that one. You have a lot of surveillance cameras.
Now
that
this is
possibly could have
important,
caught some
y'all.
of the action.
Now, Jeremy Pierre is letting you know that there was a lot of surveillance cameras. Okay, there was a lot of surveillance cameras. Okay,
and just before 12:30 or after 12:30 out here when young Dolph got shot. Now, understanding, again, we're continuing to stay in close contact with the Memphis Police Department as more police officers arrive here on the scene. We've seen members of the homicide department. We have also seen members of the felony response, members of the multi-agency gang unit here on the scene. Of course, a lot to put into a package to give you right now. We're still working our way through all of the information, but I can tell you this also, we have seen a lot of top brass from the Memphis Police Department here on the scene. Haven't seen Chief Davis yet, but we have seen, you can look straight down the way. I believe that's Sam Hines.
Sam Hines is a chief.
Not sure. I'm gonna get close up on him to figure that out. But we have seen a few other members of the command staff from the Memphis Police Department make the scene here. That's Sam Hines. That is Sam Hines, one of the deputy chiefs. Now, understanding, again, we're on top of it. A lot of information to gather, a lot of information to get confirmed. But one thing for sure, we have confirmed that one person happened to be with young Dolph at the time of the shooting.
Thank
Darcy?
you so much, Jeremy. As Jeremy was alluding to, that surveillance video, it is going to be key in this investigation. Right. It is hopefully going to give police, the investigators, an idea of the vehicle. That's what we're still trying to figure out. We don't know what the vehicle looks like that was involved in this incident, but they're going to be going over those surveillance videos.
Right, multi-agency gang unit.
Kind of brought out the fact that this could have been, some multi-agency sort of a retaliatory strike. It could have been beef. It may not have been. Right. It could have been someone simply trying to take the car. Mm-hmm. I mean, again, we have to be very open and very transparent of the fact that we don't know the answers to that yet, and we're waiting on police to give us those answers. Because if we speculate and we get into conjecture, we could, hamper your ability to process this properly, and that's the last thing that we want to do. And of course,
now y'all see how professional they were. He said it could have been anything. They don't want to hamper the public's ability to process stuff. How come Lakia, whatever her name, that's on Fox 13, works with Fox 13. Y'all see how differently she did it? Lakia got on there and was accusatory, basically. But you see, these professionals said that they couldn't do that.
Darcy, we talked about it earlier. You specifically talked about the fact that back in 2017, young Dolph was the target of a shooting. He was shot. He was in the hospital for 2 weeks after being hit out in Los Angeles. And there was it was kind of a quagmire of an investigation about how and who was responsible for that. You know, Yo Gotti was implicated, never indicted. Another person implicated, never indicted. So, you know, this is
he said Yo Gotti was
sadly,
implicated, never indicted.
Of the rapper's lifestyle.
But we don't know, and we do need to reiterate that we don't know exactly what led up to the shooting.
Absolutely.
It is a very tragic situation. Obviously, he was only 36 years old. 36 years old. He has been in the city of Memphis since he was 2 years old. You know, it's oftentimes when people grow up in Memphis and then they go away, they don't necessarily come back.
Right.
But this young man grew up in Memphis, obviously gained a career as a very, very popular rapper. Very talented young rapper. He came back to this community. He stayed where his roots are. He gave back to the community. He gave money. He gave food to those in need. He gave support. He gave love. He gave comfort. He is known for being the kind of person in our community that we want in our community. We want that person to represent the good side. This is the best part of Memphis I tell people about all the time. This is one of the most giving, loving, supporting communities. And this is just an example of that. He was known for doing this. This was just what he did. He would constantly give back to the community. He would support young kids.
And these niggas gonna put a hit.
Stay in school, get their education.
They say helping people with their education. Okay, now I gotta stop it right there because I gotta go ahead and talk my mess. So these Negroes, Young Dolph set up and did this for the Memphis community, a community that is impoverished. Okay, and these suckers, because I almost said something else, gonna pay somebody to put a hit on somebody that was helping the Memphis community, although they do nothing but hijack the Memphis community and help to commit genocide in the Memphis community. But they take somebody out that came up in the Memphis community and was giving back. And Yo Gotti and them think we're supposed to support them. I can't understand why people are still supporting them. Okay, but I digress.
What the Memphis rapper Young Dolph was known for.
Let's go to Fox 13's Dominique Dillon. She's on that scene as well. Dominique, I know that Jeremy has told us about the crowd. He's told us about the police officers. What are you seeing from your vantage point now?
Well, Daryl, the crowd continues to grow larger and larger in size. More people continue to come out here. If you take a look over here, you can see people are standing along the barricade anywhere they can to get a closer look and understand exactly what's going on out here. They're recording. I've also seen several people break down in tears. They're extremely emotional, as you can imagine, because like you mentioned, this man meant a lot to the community. I even spoke with someone that was close to him. This person did not wish to go on camera, but they said they were looking forward to his turkey drive that he planned on handing out turkeys for Thanksgiving, which is next week. So many people out here are emotional. They talk about how much he gave back to the community, and they're heartbroken about what happened. Now, we have been out here for about an hour, but we were heading to another story on Airways, and we saw some of the first responders racing in this direction. We had no idea what was going on at the time, but we did see a police cruiser racing over here to this cookie shop here. And then we also saw an ambulance racing over here too. And this was around 12:30 in the afternoon. And then shortly after, within the next 30 minutes or so, that's when we received word. And as Jeremy has been saying all throughout the day and during his hits, several sources have confirmed that this is Young Dolph. You've seen the vehicle. He's known to drive a very unique car. I don't think you can see it from here because there's so many police cruisers blocking things, but the car is still here on the scene. And at this moment, we have tried to speak with people on camera about coming out here, what he meant to them, what he meant to the community. We haven't had any luck just yet, but as things unfold, hopefully we will be able to speak with people about coming out here, what he meant to the community, and just how much of a loss this is. Reporting live out here on Airways, Dominique Dillon, Fox 13 News.
Thank you so much, Dominique. It's clear what he meant to the community. You know, those who are in that neighborhood in the South Memphis area, in the airport area, they know him as a very giving person. He would give money and food and support, encouragement. That's who he was really known for. Of course, he lived the life of a well-known Memphis rapper, but he also was the type of person to give back to the community, to those in need.
Yeah, you can see we showed, I believe we have the picture again of one of the check presentations that he did for $25,000. I mean, that's just a Hamilton High School, and you see that the PRE. That's Paper Route Empire. That's his.
He gave
his
$25,000 to help the students at Hamilton High School. That's his alumni.
On the regular, he was always doing things like this. So. I mean,
they was jealous of him because they don't have the heart to give back. But he was giving back, and they was mad at him.
He was a fan.
So they say we hate the city of Memphis, but we want all the money out of the city of Memphis. We want to put our businesses in Memphis, but we want to kill somebody.
Investigators to work the crime scene, figure out exactly what happened. We have reporters out there. We have our own crews out there, and of course, as information continues to come in, as this story continues to develop, we will be keeping you updated on air as well as online.
All right, let's get back out to Fox 13's Jeremy Pierre. Jeremy, you know, we've talked about the. Oh, okay. Sorry, we don't have Jeremy. We're gonna have to go back to. You know what? Let's show more pictures, because obviously fans of Young Dolph, they can't get enough of this. We want to remind everybody again that if you have one of the streaming services and you have the Fox 13 News Now app, you can go there. We've got his discography there. You can see music videos, his biography, several pictures. And look, if you ever had an encounter with Young Dolph, if you knew him, if you went to school with him, if you went to a concert, you can upload your pictures just to sort of memorialize him, if you will, pay tribute you know, because you're going to see a lot of that. You're going to see a lot of people trying to make their way to Airways and catch him, which is the scene you're looking at right now. And we'd like to discourage you to doing that right now. It's just because of the traffic backup, because of the massive crowd that has already gathered. You see the police barricades, and they continue to put those barricades up to push the crowd back and away from the crime scene. Please avoid that area at all cost, if at all possible right now. We've already showed you the traffic cameras. We could pop those up again. The traffic in that area is snarled, to say the least, because this happened just about a block and a half, 2 blocks away from the I-240 and Airways North exit. So that's blocked off. You won't be able to get that way.
And we've seen a number of police cruisers coming out to the scene today because the crowd it's growing. People are emotionally, visibly very, very upset. We do know that Fox 13's Dominique Dillon is out there on the scene. Also, we've had reporter Jeremy Pierre out there today. Dominic, as you said earlier, the crowd is definitely growing, but I do need to say this again, and I want to reiterate it. Everything out there has been peaceful.
Yes, Darcy, everything out here has been peaceful. Many people are solemn. They're sad about what happened out here. If you walk with me, you can see just how many people are out here. Hundreds of people have been out here for several hours as soon as they began to get word about what happened. And you can see Dixie Queen, this parking lot packed with people. Right now, it looks like Memphis police may be trying to push people back, but they haven't had any success just yet. People continue to pour in. People are emotional. They're upset. They can't believe what happened out here this afternoon. We're told this happened around 12:30 in the afternoon. And right now, police are just out here. There's a heavy police presence as they work to piece together exactly what happened, combing through the evidence. We're told that he was in this cookie shop here, and there are some photos close up where you can see the glass has been broken out of the shop, and you can also see his car parked outside of the shop as well. If you look across the street, we're told that is family on the other side of the street as they also wait to get more information about what happened here. And you see hundreds of people on this side, but on the other side of the barricade, there's hundreds of people over there to try to see what happened. Well, and we're just expecting that this scene is going to continue to grow. If you Take a look behind you, Erica. Over here, you can see that the street, this is an area that you want to avoid at all costs if you can, because it's packed. People are looking for any place they can to park. The gas station
So when they saw
filled with
Snoop
cars,
Bands and
across
all
the
of them,
street
they
filled with
probably
cars.
was over there
They
standing
have
with Dolph's
officers
family.
out here directing
They went out there
traffic and
because they
letting
had
people
just
through. They're
killed
not even
Dolph.
going based off of the lights anymore, because there's just so many people out here, and more people arriving to the scene trying to see what happened.
And so I've heard people say, you know, well, why was his artist coming out there? Why was his family out there? These folks crazy as fuck. If somebody had just killed my loved one, my friend, or anybody, I'm racing to the damn scene. Some of these folks crazy as hell. So they trying to tell me if somebody took their loved one out, they're not gonna try to make it to the scene to see what in the fuck going on.
Happen and get the latest information. But right now, this is an ongoing investigation. And as we continue to get more information, we will bring it to you. But as I imagine, people out here are emotional, and it seems like they may soon push the barricade back. Reporting live here in Memphis, Dominique Dillon, Fox 13 News.
Moving people again further back from this scene. They have several barricades out there. People are being pushed further and further away from the scene as police continue to investigate what happened this afternoon around 12:30 this afternoon.
Yeah, we expected that too. We expect this crime scene to continue to expand. One of the primary reasons right now, Darcy, is, as you just said, is crowd control. They have to make sure that things do, as they have thus far, remain peaceful. That, you know, as you and I were just discussing while Dominique was talking, it only takes one.
That's
it.
It
only takes one person to really cause things to get out of hand. And that's the last thing you want to see right now. So we will, again, implore you to please stay away from the Airways Road and I-240 exit area, because that's obviously the road is blocked off. The crowd is already massive. There is nothing that you could do. There's nothing you can even see at this point. You can't get close enough to see anything. Only thing you would do is continue to add to the congestion.
Well, Fox 13's Dominique Dillon has been out there. Dominique, can you explain how far back are police officers moving the barricades? Because as you can see, they're pushing people further and further back.
Yes, Darcy. Officers are working to get this crowd under control. They're continuing to push the barricade back further and further. If you take a look over my shoulder, tensions are rising. It looks like people are trying to fight, but they're trying to break this up right here. Tensions are rising. Officers are working to get this crowd under control. They're pushing things back. Now the family, I believe this is the family, they're walking over to this side as well. And officers are trying to de-escalate the situation, as well as continue to push the crowd back further and further. We're getting further and further away from the crime scene. You can see at first the yellow police tape was right there. Now the barricade is continuing to get pushed further and further back. Officers not only are working to comb through the evidence and understand what's happening, but they're also working to de-escalate what is going out here. There's people coming to the scene, trying to break through the barricade, saying that their family, that they just want to be with their family, visibly emotional over what happened. But as you can see right now, police officers are pushing people back, and it looks like they're also comforting people who are breaking down, crying after learning the news. People are just learning about what happened, and they're visibly emotional. Once again, not only are police working to officers are also now getting on the speakerphone and telling people if their car is parked in this area, they
were
need
saying
to
the guy in the
move
red hat was family.
If their cars are parked in the road, it's time to move your car at this point. That's what police are
You heard
telling
him say
them.
he just called me, dog.
As you can see over here, tensions continue to rise as officers work to de-escalate this situation and push people back. So this is a very trying time for officers.
Now, whoever put that hit on Young Dolph, okay, and they're saying that it is, I'll say allegedly, that it came from Yo Gotti's camp. Yo Gotti grew up in the city of Memphis. Him and his brother and all these other people's names that I've heard, Black Youngster, everybody else, even the people that have already been arrested. These are the very same people that's standing out there. All these people that came out there helped to put these niggas on. And this is what they do. They rip somebody away from Memphis that was helping to put money back into Memphis. This is what they do. They cause all of this confusion and then want to get on their damn Instagrams and act like they flossing after not only tearing up Young Dolph's family's life, but they also tore up the lives of the little dudes that's in jail because they ain't never coming home no more. But they want Memphis to constantly support businesses that they open in Memphis, y'all. I have issues with people that commit genocide in their very own community.
So at this moment, there's also this white van being pushed back as well. So if you're parked here at the Dixie Queen, you must move your vehicle. And at this point in time, they're just trying to get the crowd under control. But as you can imagine, this crime scene is going to continue to expand. They're going to continue pushing these barricades back as far as they can so that they can do their investigation, comb through the evidence, figure out what happened out here, piece together who the gunman, who the killer is. So I don't know if you guys want to just continue to look at the crime scene. But it seems like officers have somewhat gotten things under control. There is one individual still saying that they are family trying to break through the crime scene, but officers are trying to de-escalate the situation and just get this crowd under control at the moment. I'm going to toss it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Dominic. And that's what we're going to see throughout the afternoon if that crowd does continue to grow.
Obviously, onlookers out there, but anyone, if you know Memphis rapper Young Dolph, you know the kind of rapper he was, you know the kind of person he was. We know him to be a very giving person to our community. He would give everything from money to food during the holidays. He would encourage kids to stay in school, get their education. For those who don't know him, this is truly a loss to our community. I love the fact that he stayed home. He stayed home. He could have left. He could have, become a rapper and left the community of Memphis, but he decided to stay home and decided to have an impact on those who live right here. He is going to truly, truly be missed. We've seen family members out there today gathering, visibly upset, emotional right now. There's still so many questions that have not been answered. Police are going to be investigating this crime scene for a number of hours. Obviously, this is going to be weeks or days as they continue this investigation.
And you really have to hope that police, are able to keep level heads level out there. Because again, as you can see right here on camera,
right there.
emotions are high. Frustrations are high.
And they said that's a family member right there
just a few moments ago, who was very frustrated with the gun violence in her neighborhood,
Mm-hmm.
the gun violence she sees reported on our news every single night. Yeah. And those frustrations could eventually spill over into something violent. We're praying not. And that's why we're encouraging you, asking you to please stay away from that area, because adding people to that situation is not going to improve it. You're only going to add to the congestion,
we don't want
and you're going to add to the frustration. So again, understanding everyone's anger at the violence issues in Memphis, understanding everyone's sadness, if you will, over the fact that a Memphis icon, a modern day icon of Memphis has been killed. Just keep a level head right now.
It's another life that's been lost.
Absolutely.
It's another life that has been lost in the city of Memphis. We're going to continue to follow this story. We will be following this story.
So what y'all think about when you go back to the beginning, it brings back up all of those emotions all over again. What do you all think?
It really didn't have to get that
like
far.
when you look back at 2021, it seems like a gloomy day. It just seems like a gloomy day. There was a lot of emotions out there. A lot of people was hurt.
Yeah, it didn't have to get that far.
And to actually think that they had did something. Some of these people that got these little crash dummies to go out there and do that, they thought they was playing chess, but it ain't gonna work out for them.
So ain't.
What's up, player Cole?
What it do? What poppin'?
Not much. So, what you think about this?
About what part?
Do you remember what you was doing that day?
Yeah, I was just getting out of work, and somebody had called and told me like, "Dog get shot." Like, soon as I clocked out, finna hop in the car. I'm like, "You bullshitting?" They're like, "Nah." They're like, "Shit, I ain't making." I'm like, "I ain't believe them." So shit, I work right around the corner. So when I pulled up in the driveway, my niece called. She's like, "You heard about what happened to dog?" I'm like, "Somebody called and said he got shot." I'm like, "This shit for real?" She's like, "Bro, this shit for real. Them folk deep as hell out there." Shit, basically just in shock because, like, we just known him from getting hit the last time and surviving. So when they were like, "He ain't make it," I'm like, "I'm for bullshit." He ain't saying real.
Oh wow. It's sad. Y'all get the likes up. Let me see how many. Y'all get the likes up. If you haven't got the likes up, please. If you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Okay.
And if you're still in content, hit the like button 2 times.
All day for the rest of the day. Obviously, we're going to continue to bring you updates, more information as it does become
40 onto airways. You can't.
You are at home and you're watching Fox 13, please do not make the decision to go to Airways and Ketchum Boulevard. Do not go to that area right now because, as you can see, it's already congested. It's extremely backed up. And police, as Dominique just described, continue to take those barricades and expand that cordoned off area. So that area is going to get larger and larger and spread out the crowd thinner and thinner. That's their hope, is to eventually disperse the crowd so the police can do their job. That's one thing, but they also want to make sure that they're able to maintain order because emotions are running so high. This is one of those situations where things could escalate quickly, and that's the last thing the NPD wants. That's the last thing the people who call South Memphis home want. They're frustrated enough with the gun violence problem going on specifically in their neighborhood and overall and most of Memphis. They do not want more violence in their neighborhood today. So to do your part to help that, please do not become a part of the problem. Do not become part of the congestion. Maintain your distance. Continue that legacy.
We have another tweet that's actually coming in from MTV. It says that we are deeply saddened to learn that Memphis rapper Young Dolph has passed away as a result of a fatal shooting.
Galvanize us, to galvanize the community, to get us where we are. But now that it's happened, what's next? So we need to call for this community meeting of all the elected officials.
He's always been in key positions. How come he ain't trying to do nothing about this crime? Now he running for mayor.
Leaders.
You still gonna wait till you get in office?
He ain't did nothing while he been in office. He been in. He's
what I'm saying
city council now.
I'm willing to participate.
They won't give him something.
We are somewhat.
Yeah. And he's over the he works with Ben Crump. He's over the
I think if they call a meeting,
that museum, ain't it?
City council, county
or the NAACP or something. He's over the NAACP.
I'm asking them to do it. I'm asking them to do it. I'm asking them to do it. What? That doesn't stop us. The county commission still can act. If we can't get that to occur, then let's come together as a county commission and let's see what we can do. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be time to act because the outcry is going to be so great. I know they're going to hear it, and I'm foreseeing that there's going to be some action.
I don't want to hear what he's saying.
When we can give, we ain't got to have much to give, but give when you get. And if you ain't got nothing, that's good. One thing I can say, the Bible saying, I ain't gonna try to preach it. It said one thing we ought to owe no man, but one thing, and that's love. So if we love one another, a lot of stuff can change.
And you mentioned your church is a small church, but it's grown.
But it's grown. It's big. He brought a big heart to that. Amen. And he brought it into the community. We're gonna miss him. And we praying for the family and keep the family lifted up and praying that even that all around Memphis, not just this community, but all around Memphis in the community, because I think Young Dolph had a big reflection, not just in Castalia, but all around Memphis and all around the world.
And he went to your church ever since he was a child?
Yes. His grandmother stayed 4 houses up the street. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Anything else you might like to add?
The thing I can add is, one more thing I can add is, if we as a community can come together and get to know one another, get to know your neighbors, get to know your neighbors and people around the community, and let's share love with one another. Let's come out and give. Let's give. Even with the absence of Young Dolph, his presence still here with us. And so we're gonna take it and we're gonna still lift him up high. Amen. We ain't gonna let him down. We're gonna even take it higher right now for the members of Young Dolph.
Well, thank you so much for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you now.
All right. Once again, you heard from his pastor, Pastor Rodney, and we're going to pass it back to you in the studio. But as he mentioned, he wants
everyone. That's the reason why Young Dolph went bust back at him, because he had God in his life. Them niggas don't know nothing about them.
Remember who Young Dolph was. Reporting live here in Memphis, Dominique Dillon, Fox 13 News.
Thank you, Dominique. Let's recap what we know.
What's up, Steven?
Hey, Miss T, how you doing?
Good. How about you?
Well, I just remember I was at I worked for Spire at the time, and I remember, of course, we were still out of the office, but I recently started there a few months earlier, and like I said, this is my ignorance, because I found out Young Dolph died via Twitter. And at the time, I had no idea who Dolph was. I'm like, who is Dolph? Who? And I just saw people were so mad. I'm like, what is this Young Dolph guy? And I had a friend whose name is Sasha. She's from Memphis. She worked at the museum for a while. And I reached out to her, and she told me, yeah, it's bad up here. They already started killing folks and, deleting folks. And I was just like, let me look this guy up. And I looked him up, and it wasn't necessarily the music. It was just his philanthropy. A lot of people talked about that as much as they talked about his music. So the more I got ingrained in the story, the more I realized how genuine of a person he was. And even today, I was watching some videos and some vlogs about all the people he tried to help. And he rapped about a lot of stuff. And some of the things he rapped about, he kind of went against because of who he was. Like, he just wanted to help so many people. And when I think about the people who were involved in his death, some of those same people were in pictures with him, used to hang around in videos with him. And I'm like, man, he was like, his demise was a product or a byproduct of how much he cared about people. He never talked about his parents, even though they were on drugs. He never really talked about certain artists who had, it was Yo Gotti, he talked about him, but other guys, he never talked about Black Youngsters, he never talked about money. They did him wrong, but this man really just tried to get people out of trouble. Them young guys, he wanted them to succeed, but they chose a different route. And I'm really shocked at how Memphis still supports, and even if just a little bit, some of these folks that had something to do with that. That to me, that's more hurtful. I'm not from Memphis, but if that happened in Alabama, they not. You can't do that. You can't kill somebody like that of that stature and then expect people to support you. Like, they would have been got at them. Like, I don't know what's up with Memphis.
I'm surprised that people all over the world still support them, because Memphis, anybody else. Because if Memphis stopped supporting them and everybody else still, it's 50 states. If Memphis stopped, Tennessee stopped supporting them, and then 49 other states support them, what is that doing? They still gonna be winning. You see what I mean? People like that, we have to shut down, not just Memphis, but it has to be a collective effort.
Mm-hmm. You're right. Now, like I said, y'all can speak more to this than I can, but Player Co. and rest in peace, Young Dolph. I'm not sure how CMG is up there in Memphis, if they're selling like that. I know what I was told, but if that happened in a lot of other places, that just wouldn't be cool, man. I'm sorry. Like this, the way it affected that community, and that's still hurt.
In Mobile, the way they shut them down.
Oh yeah.
They thought that they could go into.
Yep.
They thought it was safe to go into Mobile and play that diss song, because they had not been playing that diss song, but they thought it was safe to go down there and do it. And I'm happy they shut that down.
Yeah, they almost got cremated out here for real, man. It was, we loved that. They loved that, man. And I'm at work now. when you play Preach or 100 Shots or Royal, like I'm talking about, man, people stop what they're doing, and everybody, white, black, Latino, know the words to them songs. But I just don't understand how they thought that they could do this and get away with it. And I don't even feel bad with what's going to happen in it. They're crumbling. And like T, you said this over and over. They're crumbling from the inside, and every day you see it. And I don't like it, but they did it to themselves.
That's right.
Yeah, you absolutely 100%. And this right here just brings emotions up again of how gloomy it was in the city. Somebody come back home, had to leave because they was trying to take him out and go to Atlanta, but still gave back to the city that they came up in. And then people who ain't doing a darn thing participate in taking them out because they mad. They shouldn't have even been able to get no little dudes to take him out. Not from Memphis.
I agree.
Money niggas will take him out.
You're right. You talking about the people who paid to have him killed.
Right amount of money, they'll get them.
Ain't that something?
And trying to tie up all these loose ends, trying to clean up all this stuff. What they done, they just breed more issues for themselves. They killing people who have something to do with it. Like eventually, if you ain't gonna take yourself out, like God in jail, then you can try to remove as many people as you can. The feds are watching you, so all this trying to tie up loose ends and the cleanup crew. No, they already know what's going on. I really hate this. I know the feds got to do their job, Chief. This is just taking too long. It's taking way too long.
Yeah,
they got to do something.
Happening. Yeah, yeah. I agree with you on that 100%.
Rapper Young
I
Dolph
agree
happened at
100%.
I agree too.
Sadly today, he
as well. Sounds like
oh, here it is right here.
Have surveillance cameras up. We know that investigators are going to be combing through that video because we know a car was involved. Someone jumped out of a car and opened fire. We don't know the car. We don't know the make, the model, or anything like that. But hopefully that was captured on that surveillance video.
Yeah, Jeremy Pierre counted at least 7 surveillance systems in that area. That's what he.
So they got a lot of video.
And again, given the time of day, this happened just after 12:30, and given the traffic in that area, the foot traffic, passersby, somebody had to see something.
I always said that this area is heavy,
very, very busy
traffic.
And Memphis police are pleading with you. If you know anything, by any chance, if you know anything, even if you weren't in that area, if you've heard something, there's no factoid, or even rumor that's too small in situations like this. They want you to call the MPD and help them find the shooter so they can keep this from happening again.
We've said from the beginning, it's going to take the community. That's where change is going to begin. The community has got to step up and say something, especially those who live in that neighborhood. When you live in a neighborhood, you are the one who you know your blocks the best. You know your.
This may be as far back as they plan on pushing the barricade. Throughout the day, we've shown you that police have moved us further and further from the cookie shop as they were working to get the crowd under control. We were able to also speak with Young Dolph's pastor as well, and all he could talk about is how much of a giver he was. He also had a turkey giveaway planned for this Friday at the church, but once again, everyone we've spoken to out here, all they've done is talk about how much of a giver he was.
If you haven't hit the like button,
how much of a heartbreak this is. I mean, we saw an 11-year-old crying, visibly upset by the news. So this has impacted people young and old of all ages. He definitely made a huge impact on the community. But once again, the barricade is still up. Officers are still on the scene. They're working to keep the crowd under control. As you can see, there's fewer people out here. But once again, officers are working to comb through the evidence and get to the bottom of what happened. Confused what's happening over here. It looks like someone's trying to drive through the barricade, even though there's several officers out here. So they're working to get this under control and let these people know that they're going to have to turn around. But they're nearly running people over. Now this person has jumped out the car. and my photographer is running over to see what's going on. Of course, we don't want to get too close. Officers are telling me to stay back, but my photographer has gotten closer. Tensions are rising. It's unclear how this person was able to drive through this area.
They drove straight through the
Officers are
barricade.
working to de-escalate the situation and get these people to back up.
She high. If she came the wrong way, she got paranoid and scared.
But once again, it's very peaceful out here. Things are escalating now that this white truck has attempted to drive into people here on the scene. Officers are working to de-escalate the situation, get these people to back up. But these people quickly jumped out the car as soon as they pulled up here into this Shell gas station. I'm beginning to hear sirens as well. Sounds like an ambulance is making its way to this area. But once again, it's unclear what's going on. Officers are pushing us back, and I wouldn't be surprised if the barricade continues to get pushed back at this point. Oh, wow. And the woman, she has blood on the back of her pants. So maybe they came over here for help.
We need room for the ambulance.
Okay, an ambulance is coming to the scene. This woman has blood on the back of her pants. So this crime scene is growing. It looks like this white truck drove over here to get help. And now an ambulance is on the way in to this crime scene to render aid to the passenger in the car. Okay, we're told that the person sitting in the car has been shot. All right, the EMTs are getting out the car.
You got me on there.
They said the guy had been shot.
It's unclear how many times this person has been shot or where he was shot. All right. But once again, it looks as though this person has been shot.
This yellow line.
That's what it looks to be. And you can hear the officers, they're pushing us back further and further.
Hey T, I got two questions.
Okay.
So now apparently there was a third guy with Cornelius and Straight Job that was dropped off at the hospital. Never mentioned his name, but he had been shot multiple times. Do you think he's in custody right now? I probably do. And two, with it being with a lot of paper route artists now putting out songs, pretty much going like Kenny Money going to Orange Mound, Jay Fizzle putting out songs like calling out CMG. Do you think that they believe that they're closer to an indictment or some justice being done? Because they weren't doing this earlier, but now they seem to be moving not reckless, just a little more less timid. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think they're a little bit. I think they're more angry because more information is coming out about what happened. You know, Jay Fizzle would be privy to information because he's family. I'm sure, you know, what the police tell Dolph's parents, they kind of share it with their family and ultimately share it with his artists and stuff like that. So it's got a lot to do with them learning more. Speculation is one thing, but knowing for a fact, when you know at some point that somebody was involved and it's just a matter of proving it, then yeah, it makes you angry.
Right. And what do you think about the individual that was dropped off at the hospital?
You know what? They've been very quiet about that individual. They've been very quiet about that individual that was dropped off at the hospital.
Okay.
Y'all run those likes up.
To another crime scene already.
That T-Dot camera here just
inside of the truck. Now you see that police are talking to the two other people that happen to be inside of this truck, this white truck, and Memphis police now pushing us back because apparently this is now another investigation within a crime scene. So of course we're going to continue to follow up, get more information from what's going on right here. But I managed to get some video up close. I put that on Twitter of what it looked like inside of that truck once it pulled up onto the parking lot area of this food mart. Now, of course, stay with us because obviously this scene out here is the
Chester.
Live in Memphis, Daniel Wilkerson, Fox 13 News.
Go back around there.
Yes, these right here.
What you got? Chocolate chip. Them hot.
Straight out the
Just for you.
Chocolate
Appreciate
chip
you,
fresh out
baby. Be
the oven.
safe.
That was just last week. Young Dolph visiting Makedas is one of his favorite.
I'm glad she stopped talking because she wasn't making it no better for herself. I'm not saying she was innocent, but I'm glad she stopped talking.
What the news anchor said just last week, Young Dolph was visiting Makedas. Didn't he say that?
He did, but I'm glad Raven stopped talking.
This is Airways and Ketchum. Of course, you have Ketchum right here. That's closed.
Maybe
and then Airways right here. That's closed. Ball right here. All of this is closed. I know it just looks like a big old mess, and that's unfortunately really what it is out on these roadways. And at one point, we were seeing Airways really backed up all the way to Dunn Avenue earlier, but it looks like that has dissipated a little bit. But also, people have been trying to make their way to the scene. We've seen some backups, again, folks trying to get there, and you want to avoid the area, again, if you can. So one of the alternate routes you can take to avoid just this mess that we're dealing with at Airways and I-240 is you're going to want to take Democrat Road. That's an alternate route option for you, and then hop back north onto Lamar /78. Another alternate route for you is going to be also Winchester Road. You can take Winchester either direction to avoid this I-240 backup at Airways, and you can head north or south on Goodwell Street or Perkins Street. That's where we're going to find, again, alternate routes to get back on or off of 240 and avoid the Airways and I-240 backup that we are seeing again. And this is some of the traffic flows, right? How fast is it going? If you decide you're going to go through this bumper to bumper, you're going to need to give yourself extra time because you're only going to be going 10, 15 miles an hour maybe as this goes through. And that's only, if we don't see maybe an accident within this backup, right? If we get an accident within that backup, it is just going to add to the headache. It will be insult to injury, really, at that point. And so this is, again, I-240, and this is the exit ramp to get off of I-240 onto Airways. Police have the exit ramps closed.
I believe we have that video we can pop up. There he is. I believe
2 weeks ago.
Believe he's talking.
The same location.
Yeah. Probably. I don't know if we have the audio or not, but I believe he's talking about the cookies.
Just for you. Appreciate you, baby. Be
They're
safe.
great cookies if you haven't had them.
Yeah, let's listen.
Makita cook. Get the side.
Come back around there.
Go back around there.
Yes, these right here.
What you got? Chocolate chip. Them hot.
Straight out the
Just for you.
Chocolate
Appreciate you,
chip fresh out
baby. Be
the oven.
safe.
That was just last week. Young Dolph visiting Makedas is one of his favorite haunts. I mean, he grew up in that neighborhood there in South Memphis near Castalia Heights. Fox 13's Daniel Wilkerson is live there too. Daniel, what have you got for us?
Yeah, I can report that we have another possible shooting here close to the scene where that rapper was shot. It happened right inside of this truck. The paramedics just took a man away just a little while ago. I can tell you that we were up on a hill near where a lot of the family of the rapper was gathered, right on the hill here when we got news of another possible shooting. And so we rushed down that hill and came down to this white truck. And when I got here, there was a man in the truck. Paramedics were working on him. It seems as if he was shot maybe in the arm. He was alert, but he was kind of going in and out. And then just a little while ago, we saw them take him this way into a paramedics truck, ambulance, and then they took him off. So we're working to get more details, but again, another possible shooting on this exact same scene. You heard Yasser talking about the traffic. I am standing right now at the corner of Ketchum and Airways. Of course, this is where this scene is. I can tell you when I drove in, it was bumper to bumper. It's much like when Michael Jackson died. People just coming out, wanting to share, their experiences. Some people just quiet, really solemn, just taking in the mood and disbelief that this has happened. But again, the breaking news at this hour, another possible shooting at the corner of
It is. It's
I wanted to see if they was
so at that laundry shop. So of course, Memphis police, they have a lot to work with into
hold on, let me go back.
Better Days tax service right there on the other side of that fence. We've been working to make contact with them, speak with them. They are not.
But allow some extra time, because what you're looking at is I-240 at Airways, and that off ramp you see the police car, or is that a T-Dot car? I think those lights are
It's
yellow.
a police car still that's been sitting there.
Yeah, they've blocked off that Airways on ramp, so or off ramp. You cannot get off on Airways from I-240, and slow going is not the word for it. And it's going to be that way for quite some time, because that crime scene, Darcy, as you pointed out just a little while ago, that's not going anywhere anytime soon.
This is 3 hours in, and we're about to actually head into rush hour traffic. So it's going to be like that for a while. So if you do need to head to the area, you have got to find an alternate route.
Yeah, there will be no rush during rush hour tonight. Not in that area. Let's go back out to Airways and Fox 13's Jeremy Pierre. Jeremy?
Hey, Darryl and Darcy, look, this crime scene continues to develop here at Airways and Joy Lane, right there in front of the Makita's homemade butter cookies bakery shop. For the most part, emotions have calmed down quite a bit here on the scene. The crowd slim now, very slim compared to what it was earlier. And look, this tow truck just pulled up to the scene. May be here to basically tow away young Dolph's car, that camouflage car we've been seeing on the news since we broke in. We're breaking this story and understanding that young Dolph's family, members of his family, believed to be his family, are in an area right there on the other side of this fence here, where you see ATM pay bills inside and Better Days tax service right there on the other side of that fence. We've been working to make contact with them, speak with them. They are not yet ready to speak with us on camera, but a lot going on here on this scene. We saw another investigation come out of the whim right here in the parking lot of this Shell gas station. And look, what's crazy is that woman was in front of me in the line inside of that store just before she drove onto this parking area with her friend that happened to be bleeding inside of that truck. That friend of hers since gone to the hospital in an ambulance. And look, right now, this area is not to be driven in. It's not for people just to come and look, because it's a lot going on. And as I stated
that looks
earlier,
like the crime
since we've
scene
been
van
on
right
air,
there.
you know, Memphis police, they continue to expand this crime scene. And more than likely, they'll expand it once again when night falls, because it's a lot. It's a lot. And look, Darryl and Darcy, I heard you mention maybe security cameras. And look, I've been counting, seeing as getting as close as I can to basically that laundry shop. And look, we've seen at least six surveillance cameras, both on both sides of Airways, 2 near Makita's, 1 at that Family Dollar.
So they was able to get the cars that was on the side of that street. Y'all see the cameras pointed at the side of that street, like where Joy Lane is. So they would be able to get the cars that was on the side of that street.
For this, but as it goes for a description of a getaway car or who may have done it, we're still working to get that information from Memphis police. We've been speaking with people both on air and off air. We spoke to Commissioner Van Turner just about 40 minutes ago. He explained that he's calling for a meeting for change. And it's sad that it takes the death of a mega superstar from Memphis to get that meeting called. Even though we had 4 homicides in 72 hours. 4 homicides in 72 hours. Now, Erica, let's just give them a look at this tow truck making its way into the crime scene. And we probably may see it towing away that camouflage sports car within the next 30 or so minutes. Because usually I've been on a lot of these crime scenes before.
Forward, because all too.
Sorry about that. We were headed over to there, but hey, let's walk. We're going to walk this way while I talk. I'm going back around to the barricade where police have. There's a lot of talk out here of retaliation, and we want to be careful what we report. We're working to confirm some things right now,
How
but
come Nikhil
that's
didn't
the
do
mood
that?
out here. People are not happy.
Did y'all just hear him say it's been a lot of talk of retaliation and they have to be careful what they report? Why Lakia do what she did?
At all. Let's go a little bit further over here toward where the police have it blocked off so that I can talk. But yeah.
So it goes back to what we said early on, right? The Memphians knew what had happened to young Dolph the day that it happened, right? Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
So if they was talking about retaliation, that means the people out there already knew what had happened, right?
Yeah,
that's what it was sounding like. But I think they would. It was more of an assumption, but they could put two and two together.
Hold on.
There's a lot of talk of retaliation, and that's certainly not what we want to hear. But that's the mood that people are in. We're working to get some information confirmed right now. I don't want to go on with it because we want to make sure that we get it confirmed. But as you can see here, still a huge police presence. I can tell you that the ambulance is still up there on the hill, so the body is possibly still here. You can see it there, the red ambulance straight ahead, Fire Department of Memphis on the side there. But people are very solemn. It's almost like they're in shock. You can see them there. You can see people just gathered, not wanting to leave the scene because it's almost like they feel like if they leave, that it makes it real. We've seen grown people, just tears in their eyes, just with a just gazed over look in simple disbelief. I told you just a moment ago that there was a scene involving this white truck here. Of course, the ambulance has since taken that man away, but he was possibly shot. It looked like in the arm, but we do not think at this point that was any way connected to the bigger story out here. But as I said, people very solemn. If we go on this side, if you're familiar with the area, we're right at Ketchum and Airways. The Dixie Queen, a lot of people know it. It's right there. The Church's Chicken. I can tell you when we got here, that lot was just full of cars. People just in such disbelief that they pull up, they get out of their car, barely cut it off, door open, run into the scene, asking me as I was walking up whether it was true. People just in disbelief what this person meant to them. But as it stands right here at this hour, this is what we know. One person, of course, dead. A person taken to a hospital. That person shot. What we believe to be an unrelated case to the bigger scene that is going on here. People still just standing around in disbelief, not believing that this has happened. Police at some point made their perimeter a little larger. At first, we could get up to this street that Benton is showing you right now. That's Joy Lane. It's right at Airways. It's right next to the Shell station out here. Of course, to the left, you see Airways Inn, a hotel here. It's been a tough scene for police to keep roped off because there are so many businesses here, right? And when this happened, people,
one
of
of
course,
those
were
blue
in
light
these
cameras,
businesses. You see the
camera boxes up there.
laundry, dry cleaning right there, Shell Station, Dixie Queen. And then there's this big hotel right here to the left, Airways Inn. If you imagine that hotel probably full. So it's been a hard perimeter for police to keep roped off. I can tell you when I first arrived on the scene, if we go to the right here a little bit, Benton, I heard that there were family members right in that area. And just by looking at their faces, I believe they were family members. I did talk to some who did not want to go on camera, but police had two different parameters roped off. So there was an inner parameter, the one that you're looking at right now, and then there was another set of tape. Most of the people who we believe to be family members were inside that parameter. There were G-Wagons pulled up. You could tell that this affected someone who was notable, is the only way that I can put it. Grown men, grown women crying. I walked across and spoke with a father who says that he came up in the same neighborhood and his son was out here, and his 5 or 6 year old son just had tears. It moved a little boy. And so that's a sense that we're getting. But like I said, just to recap what we're seeing out here, there was a second shooting involving that white truck here.
Hey, Darcy and Daryl, look, I want you to take a look. A lot of vans showing up. Obviously, that tow truck we showed you about 15 minutes ago, now making its way onto the parking lot of Makita's Butter Cookies. And look, it's continues to be a sad situation. This is an extremely sad situation. Many people staying around here on the scene. For the most part, a lot of the businesses told to close for the day. Right here to my left, Dixie Queen. This place had customers in the line waiting for food when this shooting happened. A lot of those customers have since come and gone. This happened in the middle of the day. Actually, I was right on Airways when I got the call that there was a massive scene. Matter of fact, before it even became a massive scene, I got the call that young Dolph was involved in a shooting. I was on Airways headed to South Haven, Mississippi to get my booster shot. I immediately turned around, came back to this.
That is currently.
And look, we've seen Memphis police put up those blockers, those.
This is the part of airway traffic
fire, and at some.
Yes, Darcy. I had to just stop at some point because the traffic was not moving. People were getting out of their cars. I want to go back around this way. I said this earlier. It's like if people leave the scene, it becomes true. They don't want it to be true. So they have some solace in staying here. Even though the body has not been taken away, they want to be here because it's like if they leave, then it becomes true. I want to give you an update to something we told you about earlier. This truck, this white truck, was an area of concern. There was a man who was bleeding inside of it. Police came and got him, or the ambulance came.
But the philanthropy that young Dolph has practiced throughout the time that he's been a part of the rap industry and part of the Memphis music scene.
In the city of Memphis. Now, of course, we're going to want you to stay with us because, like I said,
these types
of many people make.
I thought that there
was a lot of raw emotion again, and it's still a lot of emotion involving this tragic loss of.
I've asked
that young Gotti
trying to get this wrapped up by dark. And they're trying to do that for many, many reasons. Easier to collect any evidence, potential evidence outside in the daylight. It's easier to talk to witnesses, potential witnesses, as soon as you can after an incident like this. And B, they want that area to calm down. They want the crowd to disperse, and they want people to move out of the way and not have that talk and that chatter of retaliation and further violence continue.
Now, mind you, we're talking about retaliation right now. It has been very, very peaceful out there.
Absolutely.
Very, very peaceful. But out of an abundance of caution, we also know that MPD has now moved on to a club that is owned by Yo Gotti called Privé. We also
now didn't they know what had happened? They knew what had happened.
Of course, they know what happened.
Yeah. Know that young Gotti.
Followed closely by the tow truck, the wrecker, if you will, bringing his signature camouflage Lamborghini out. That, of course, is going to be processed as evidence. And as Jeremy told us, we're still hoping to hear from Police Chief C.J. Davis coming up. By all estimates, close to 5 o'clock, maybe a little after. It just all depends, because I would imagine, Darcy, and this is speculation because you and I have both spent our fair share of time on crime scenes. They're trying to get this wrapped up by dark. And they're trying to do that for many, many reasons. Easier to collect any evidence, potential evidence outside in the daylight. It's easier to talk to witnesses, potential witnesses, as soon as you can after an incident like this. And B, they want that area to calm down. They want the crowd to disperse, and they want people to to move out of the way and not have that talk and that chatter of retaliation and further violence continue.
Now, mind you, we're talking about retaliation right now. It has been very, very peaceful out there.
Absolutely.
Very, very peaceful. But out of an abundance of caution, we also know that MPD has now moved on to a club that is owned by Yo Gotti called Privé. We also know that Yo Gotti and Young Dolph have had some beef, if you will say.
Y'all see that? They said Privé shut down as precaution. And folks trying to say that they didn't know what had happened.
Who said that?
People that don't live in, a lot of people that don't know.
Yeah, that's the scene right there. That's right outside.
And that's the scene where they was at Privé.
They've clubbed out, or I should say, they've shut down not only Privé, but they've also, just out of abundance of caution, to steal your word, Darcy, they've shut down the strip mall behind it. Big Ross there.
So they shut down the whole strip mall.
And
that is in the lot that Privé is in.
You see a very significant number of police officers there. Police cars blocking the entrances and the exits, and they forced everybody out because they too heard those rumblings, and they took those rumblings very seriously, as they should have, because we've seen things like this play out before. You mentioned the fact that Yo Gotti and Young Dolph have had their friction in the
past. They went and shut down the whole damn strip mall that Privé is in.
Before 2017, in 2017, I believe it was the fall or late summer of 2017, Young Dolph was shot.
Now the rumor is
hit twice in
they
Los
actually
Angeles.
did go over there and
it was
shoot,
never
but I don't know.
linked to Yo Gotti.
It seemed like to me they was a little extra for nothing to have happened.
Of his crew could have been responsible for that, but again, there were never any charges filed, no convictions.
Now that's the rumor.
Instance.
Okay.
And Young Dolph spent 2 weeks
that they actually did go over there and do some shooting.
Thought about a moment of creativity. His next album, the next year, was released and called Bulletproof. So
now
again,
this not corruption.
Just off Winchester Road. Or not Club Privé, the club
called Privé.
Russell, it's not corruption.
And it's surrounded right now.
Police is required to protect and serve. That's their job.
Plans to go there or to that strip mall tonight, and have to change plans.
Again, that building right there, that location is owned by the family of Yo Gotti.
Right.
We said it earlier, just out of caution, police are surrounding this building so that nothing happens. We're going to go back out to Fox 13's Jeremy Pierre. He has been on the scene since just after this whole thing happened, so around 12:30. Let's go right on to Jeremy right now. Jeremy?
Of course,
Hey, Daryl and Darcy. Look, a lot of things unfolding here today, especially here on Airways on Joy Lane. The crowd here dispersing after seeing that that very noticeable camouflage car, sports car, pull off.
Hold on, let me go back.
Just after 1 o'clock.
Man, not much Kenny, man.
But for the most part, we've been waiting about 10 minutes or so to see if Chief Davis will
or the medical exam.
Several surveillance cameras. Here it comes. Here it comes right here. There you go. It's the medical examiner that's being escorted.
So that's taking his body away. They had his body in that van right there.
And the car. And the car. Get the car. The car. Obviously, that car and what's inside of that medical examiner's van.
Y'all know I get emotional every time I see that because they just would not stop until they took a father away from their child, and they put another blood stain on Memphis, and then they feel like they're supposed to walk around here like they have arrived. We made it. We the label. And they took that boy that had built greatness, was building greatness away from his family, all because they said he played with my name. This is what they did. And it upsets me so bad. It do. It just, I'm always lost for words when I see that. To see a young man that grew up in that area, that came from nothing, said he was a crack baby, was proud of the wealth that he had amassed, and they took him away from all of that because they some motherfucking Tinkerbells.
I'll say this before I got to get down to my job. And I hadn't seen I wasn't privy to this information before tonight. These videos, so I thank you for sharing it. And I'm going to stay away from this video because I don't want to get angry. I will say this with CMG well, I'm just going to skip past that. Dolph, I'm thankful he passed on his legacy, his mindset to so many people. What they did though, even though they did what they did, you look at Ari, how she has her own business. She's not even 7. You look at Trey. He's got businesses waiting for him and a car collection. You got all his artists, and they're still moving forward. So, as much as they thought they killed him and everything he had built, they couldn't kill his vision, his ambition, his drive, his passion, his legacy. They couldn't. You can't take that away. You can take somebody's body away. And I think that when they're in prison, having time to think about this, or when they're staring down the barrel of a gun, because some of them ain't gonna make it to prison, they'll realize, you know what, it really wasn't worth it. Because I see them now, how they're moving. They were real tough after Dolph died. See, all God he had to do was stop there. He made a song, but you put up tweets before that. You made a song, never giving respect to the Thornton family, never. So you gave yourself away in that. But when they have time to actually think about this, when they're in prison, when they're in them handcuffs, I want them to remember and I hope Jameer makes them remember every moment that they taunted Dolph, every moment that they said this and that. I hope they never forget any of this. When they're in prison 30, 40, 50 years, I hope they remember, they look back on this and say, you know what, this was really not worth it. Because now they're scared and hide. It's cool to say you'll do a whole lot when the feds ain't looking for you, but now they've gotten, not only are they close, they really right behind them. See, now you see none of them want to talk. None of them are reckless now. They want to change their numbers. They want to get off social media. It's too late for that. That bus done came and went. It's too late for that. All you have to do is leave this man alone. You tried to kill this. You tried to kill everything he created, and it didn't work. Creed's more powerful than ever. He's more beloved than ever, and the people around him are still succeeding. So what did you really do? You made yourself a target, and people hate you for it. They hate you, and I don't even rock with. I hope people who are involved with CMG, like the Glorrillas, the ESTGs, the big. I hope the big boogies, they got to get away from them. They're gonna have to, because Jay-Z everybody's gonna turn on God. He's gonna have nothing left but that prison sentence.
Yeah, I tell you, this is sad. It really is. It's emotionally sad.
There's amount of people happen to be in. Don't get me wrong.
Police escort. There are dozens of officers
starting
taking
to
that
clear
car out of
out.
this area. We also saw a gray Nissan Altima, and in the back window, we saw that there was a bullet hole in that back window. So it's unclear what that gray Nissan Altima had to do with what happened here, but it's clear that it's now a part of evidence since one of the...
Y'all hear them talk about a gray Nissan Altima?
Gunshots that were fired went through the back door, and it looks like right now police have
group or the other.
Fox 13 News at 5.
There is so much anxiety and pain and tears that you will see tonight over the next few days, but it is there. It is real.
And you know what? If you don't live in South Memphis and you don't live in some of the other areas of Memphis that are directly, affected by gun violence, each and every night and each and every day, as an example of today's shooting, you still may not understand, because if you don't live in it, it really is hard to conceptualize. It's and you know what? No one should have to. Something has to be done. We do what we can here at Fox 13 to hold our leadership accountable. Leadership has pointed to the fact that many people in the Memphis community are not doing enough on their part. It does take everyone. It does take everyone to do this. It can't just be on one group or the other.
Fox 13 News at 5.
13 News Studios on Highland today. Got the call, got off right here at Airways, going towards South Haven. I immediately turned around and got to this scene right here. You can see that it is still very much so an active scene. It looks as though Memphis police taking up the barricades. But let me tell you what we heard when we first got to the scene. We heard raw emotion. We heard from people that were just sick and tired of being sick and tired of the gun violence here in the city of Memphis. And look, we were asking questions numerous times as to if anybody happened to be with young Dolph at the time of the shooting. We have learned from the Memphis Police Department that someone did accompany him. Also, that person being questioned by Memphis police right now. Of course, there was a lot of raw emotion again, and it's still a lot of emotion involving this tragic loss of young Dolph. Merle, Darryl.
Okay, Jeremy. Now, Jeremy, behind you, the scene that's going on behind you, could you tell us what is happening there?
Well, it looks as though that Memphis police are collecting the barricades, but for the most part, the homicide detectives are wrapping up their investigation. The medical examiner took off with the police escort with the body of young Dolph about 20 minutes ago. Also, being escorted by Memphis police officers happened to be the vehicle belonging to young Dolph, that camouflage vehicle with all that camouflage print on it. We have seen a lot of family here on the scene, many of them now talking with police. And get this, Merle, we were told about 40 minutes ago that we would be able to speak with Memphis Police Chief C.J. Davis about today's tragedy, and of course posing several other questions to her about the violence that has taken place in the last 4 or so days here in the city of Memphis. I know just last night they had a meeting talking about the surge of gun violence in the city over there in Raleigh. So, of course, we're going to continue to stay on top of this story all throughout Fox 13 News at 5 and 6. But it looks as though Memphis police wrapping up their investigation, airways still completely blocked off in both directions.
Jeremy, just to clarify, you mentioned Chief C.J. Davis. So are we going to get to hear from her, or do you know yet? I know that
was a giver. He meant a lot to his community. I saw
Memphis. He was born in Chicago, but he grew up here starting at a young age.
Abraham, you are a well-known activist.
He grew up here starting at a young age, 1 or 2 years old. He started breaking onto the local scene with mixtapes, including his 2008 debut.
They got jealous of that
Paper
Dumb and
Route
Dumber. That's why they
campaign.
want to kill him.
So you'll see PRE, which is Paper Route Pre-Enterprise, the name of the label. He became known nationwide in 2014 with his mixtape High Class Street Music 4 and the single Preach, according to All Music. He released his first studio album, King of Memphis. That was 2016. His music made it to the Billboard charts. He came to Memphis a lot, and he supported Memphis businesses, and he also supported Memphis families.
he made his presence known. He was not somewhat of a recluse at all by any stretch.
He was not. And he also did not call himself an angel or a choir boy. He talked about what he did on his records for everyone to hear.
In L.J. Abraham, you are a well-known activist. Kind of describe to me the mood tonight.
Tonight, I think a lot of people are curious as to what MPD's actual impact on reducing crime looks like. As we are aware, they brought in Operation Scorpion. And again, the one thing that we've been trying to reiterate is that MPD is not here to stop crime from happening. There was no way that they could have known that Dolph was going to be killed here today at Makita's Cookies, let alone at a successful Black-owned business. So I guess my question now is, Mayor Strickland has made one comment, or one tweet rather, and CJ Davis hasn't said anything. So I'm just curious as to how Memphis intends on actually reducing the crime that we have in this city, because now it's reached a national level.
And we saw a tweet that came out from Chief CJ Davis just a little while ago. I know it just happened, so you haven't seen it, but we told the audience just a little while ago that that tweet was just put out. What do you think, as an activist, you've been here for years, what do you think needs to be done?
I think we need to end poverty in Memphis. I think we need more resources in our communities. I do not think more police are the answers. Clearly, again, as I stated earlier, nothing that the police could have done would have prevented this tragedy from happening for our city here today. Dolph was a reputable community member of Memphis. He did a lot of things to make sure that people in Memphis were represented and taken care of. But again, I want to know what the plan is from our leaders to stop this crime from happening in Memphis. Like, gun crime is at an all-time high right now. And it's our responsibility as community members, but also our law enforcement and our elected officials keep giving us examples of what they might do, but none of it is working. So what's the next steps?
You know, a lot of people.
I agree.
There is a Church's Chicken right across the street from us. When I got the call, I was getting ready for work. I came in, and I came from the area of Ketchum, and I had to stop my car probably 2 or 3 cars back, 2 or 3 blocks back, simply because of the traffic. It was wall to wall, and it was one of those cases where people got out of their cars and they stopped the car. They left the door open.
Seeing here
the city
that we've got very, lovingly told me to get Whitney Houston.
Is somebody asleep?
Princess Diana. That's who young Dolph was to so many people, not just here in the city of Memphis,
Pause the video.
but around the world. All day long, we have seen white people.
Cypress, sleep. Cypress.
Pastor, you done put the mind to sleep, Pastor. I said, damn, I know it ain't my dog. I said, well, maybe it's my dog. I'm tripping too hard.
Lord have mercy. All that moving got Cypress sleep. Lord, I just put him on down because he's snoring. He can't even hear me.
For Black people.
Oh,
it has been a
lovingly told me to get back. And of course, as media, we never want to interfere with a police investigation, but we do have a responsibility to be your eyes and ears here on the street. You folks that sit at home and allow us into your homes, to give you a front row seat to exactly what we see. Of course, on television, sometimes it's a flat screen. Sometimes it's hard to convey that, but that's what we try to do. As we go into the 6 o'clock hour, we can see a little movement behind us here. I don't know whether police feel a different type connection to him, because he's a person who, even though he got big in stature, big in accomplishments, big in his career.
So what they see is, I see Maurice going back in after crime scene has left and collected whatever they wanted to collect. I see Maurice going in now that MPD is through. MPD was not going to clean the scene up. It's left up to the business owners to do that, okay? And the reason I say that is because somebody came into my chat the other day and said, what about Maurice was stepping all over Dolph and all on the crime scene while the police was there? I hadn't seen that in this video. And this is raw footage.
To this establishment and partake of those cookies that he loved so much. And, you know, it probably wasn't, it probably somewhat was the cookies, but also whenever you're a notable person and you're seen in an establishment like this, it gives you a whole new exposure. And don't think that he wasn't aware of that. You know, even news people, people who are any people that have light on them, you go into an establishment and that gives that establishment some credibility. You can believe that he knew his stature as a person in this community. As we move into the 6 o'clock hour, we're going to try to get even closer here to Makita's homemade butter cookies. Again, we do not have confirmed just yet whether this happened inside or outside, but you can see there I can't tell exactly what that staff member is doing, but it appears that they are cleaning up, perhaps taking some measurements. That glass there might be shattered. Yes, that's a measuring tape that the employee there has in his hand. There's a chance, and I don't have my glasses on, I can't tell, but there's a
They
chance
had to
that
have the glass people come out
glass
and put
may
the
be shattered. Benton, you're
glass back
zooming
in the
in
window
there.
that night.
Yes, he's saying that the glass there is shattered. Oh my goodness, you can see it there, a big, huge hole in that glass there, folks. Just there, just to the left of your screen there, that window. Uh, we're assuming perhaps that the place was shot up. I can see that employee moving to the left side. Benton, are you showing that to the left side? Let's zoom out a little bit to give him some kind of reference there. Yeah, you see that employee there with the measuring tape in his hand. Appears that he is taking measurements there on the other window. Let's move down a little bit, Benton. I don't want to get put out of this place because we're moving closer and closer. But I'm going to try to get you a shot of the other side. Benton, if we move down just a little bit further here. Yes, it appears that that window over there, folks, also
Dolph's
was
Trey
shot out. So
own
you have
those cars,
one
Nakia.
window in the front,
Those
a
cars
huge hole in that
was
window.
wheeled to his
Some
son.
of the glass there
That's a
still
fact.
in place, but there is a huge hole, probably what, 2 feet in diameter, would you say, Benton? About 2 feet in diameter in the front glass there. And appears that the glass to the left of that also is broken. And then there is another glass. If you were walking down the sidewalk, the pathway there in front of the restaurant, and you were to make a right, it appears that that glass is also broken. If we zoom out a little bit, then we see Memphis police officers, presumably investigators, taking even more equipment into Makita's homemade butter cookies here, probably gathering even more evidence. You got to think about it. If this happened, what, around 12:30, here we sit some 5 or 6 hours later, and police are still on the scene here gathering evidence. We've seen some movement inside of the establishment. You know, just taking a wild guess, it appears that this may have happened inside. I don't have that confirmed from police just yet, but just looking at what I'm seeing and having covered several scenes over the years, it appears that what happened inside. Again, we don't have that confirmed. And the reason why I say that is normally, if it happened outside, you would see several bullet casing markers, those yellow markers that you see on the street. They have the numbers on them. You would see several of those marking where maybe some shell casings have fallen. But that is not what we're seeing here. Most of the efforts, as I can tell, just looking at what you're seeing right there on live television, most of the efforts have taken place inside of this bakery on behalf of police. So, just to recap, around 12:30, rapper Young Dolph, known and loved by so many, was gunned down at this establishment that he frequented. I am hearing that he had a residence in Chicago, but he was here visiting, as so many people who grow up in the city of Memphis. I can tell you, I grew up here. I've been gone for about 10 years. And the first thing that you want to do is you want to taste those foods that you grew up on. I have frequented several barbecue places, no doubt this is one that he had a liking for. Not only did he have a liking for, but he wanted to support. So just a young life, this 36 years old loss. We are hearing talk of retaliation, folks. We certainly hope that that is not the case, but we give you that information. If not at all, for the case of stay off the streets of Memphis today. Let police do their job. Of course, we're going to be on the scene here. We're seeing most of the
from those surveillance cameras as to who is responsible for this. We have learned that one other person happened to be with the young Dolph at the time of the shooting, still working to get information as to who that is, working right now to learn if police have learned anything from
want to part as well, but
again, and that.
So, what you think, Player Cole? That was something. It's always good to go back to the beginning. That was raw footage. Okay. You know, rest in peace to
You
young
need
dog.
to drop your cash out right fast. You know you just gave away about 30 videos. All bullshit to the side.
Yeah.
And
You already know it.
don't y'all be on there talking about, oh yeah, you saved the day with that on the off channel and shit. Cause I be watching everything. Just to let y'all know that. But yeah, this shit sad though, like, man, I just always go back to what I was saying. I wish Dolph would have been moving a little bit better than how it was moving. Like, this shit, they're crazy, man. Like, man, you gotta always stay ready. I'm telling you, you gotta always stay ready. For real. No matter if you ain't did shit to no nigga, you just gotta always stay ready. Cause there's always a nigga somewhere hating, mad, he fucked up. Man, this shit crazy, like real talk.
Yeah, it is. I tell you, I hate that this happened. I do.
They ain't like to get shot that many goddamn times, like, you know, shit. They wanted him dead. They wanted to send no warning. That was, we gotta get you gone. Like, it's crazy.
It's sad. It's sad. That was his funeral.
Now, was it ever confirmed? Cause you know when this shit first happened, you had people saying that Dolph had a gun on him and he was shooting back at the people that shot him. Was that ever confirmed to be true or was it bullshit?
I don't know, because I don't know. It looks like to me with the something might have happened, because I believe he saw him at the last minute. I believe something happened. I just don't know, so I can't speculate. That's his funeral right there. That's them taking him to his burial.
Had that boy in all gold.
I don't want no strikes. Hold on.
Buried out there where my little sister buried at in Calvary.
This is sad that it had to come to this. It's so sad that it had to come to this. They felt like they needed to take his life, and now they running scared. They want to put everything on the back of them crash dummies that they paid when they actually initiated this stuff. Thank you, Miss Paula, for the $20 super sticker.
Yeah, but shit, I hope the shooters get 100 years, cause like, in this situation, just like on some real nigga shit, like straight drop head every chance to say, nah, he could have been like, man, even though I don't fuck with that nigga, I'd rather kill him with success, come back and see I'm shining on him, and he didn't have to put me on. He could have said it like, man, this nigga from my hood, I ain't gonna get down like that. I ain't gonna take my own kind out. He had every opportunity to say that. Instead, he rolled with what was popping and what was the move.
Wow. You're right, because what okay, y'all, that was when they was, leaving the funeral. I definitely wanted people to, see that. Um, they took a man away from his children, you know. They did. They took a man away from his kids, and it ain't nothing right about what they did. And then it's even a more slap in the face when folks get on social media and start trying to spin a whole lot of stuff. A lot of fake shit. I think that's just,
Yeah, I'm back.
you know, it says First Corinthians, be on your guard, stand firm in faith, be courageous, be strong. I like that scripture.
Damn, you can read that right?
Yeah.
Man, I can't see none of that.
It says processional Cameron Bethany, I need you now. Yeah, scripture, Chaplain Ronald Brown, prayer, Pastor Keith Norman, obituary, selection, First Baptist Church. His kids, Aria and Adolph III, kids tribute. They spoke about their father. Solo Vicky Perry, acknowledgement of family, remarks, paper route Empire tribute. Free family got up and said something. Immediate family got up and said something. Okay.
And this just like some of the old heads over there where Dog from. All of the old heads over there, they ain't fuck with Dog, but shit. Now one time they said we finna drop a bag on this nigga head. They stayed out his way. He stayed out their way.
So what made them think they could just drop a bag on the boy head?
Shit, evidently they feel shit they could get away with it. But when niggas do this type of shit, that's how they always feel like either they done did it before and get jammed up. And shit, nigga feel like, well, shit, I can get away with this. But even it don't matter, like, you can plan some shit for a month or a year. Man, like, when you doing shit like that, this shit never go as planned. I'm telling you, there's always some kind of fuck up somewhere along the way, you know what I'm saying? Whether a motherfucker been the same you to live some shit or, you on video and audio, you know what I'm talking about?
Dog says you only get one shot at life, one life to live. Make the most of it. Put as many smiles as you can on people's faces. Help as many people as you can. Adolph Jr. That was his saying, and that's what they took away because they was jealous and they think God ain't gonna come, and they think they gonna get away with that, and that God get back ain't nothing nice. Now God want to be around here talking about he all in love with Angela, and he think God ain't coming back to collect. Because he says, when I get you back, Gotti, you gonna see me get you back, and that $100 million that you borrowed ain't gonna be slide off your ass. I'm telling you.
But every time niggas do some shit, they want to get right. Hey, you remember saying dead presidents, ain't
Mm-hmm.
Like when they went and robbed a car, the crazy dude Cleo, he started being a preacher and shit, started just getting away money and shit. And dude told me, like, bro, you go get us caught in my end up getting folks jammed up. I just watched that movie the other night. It what made me think about that when you see it.
Wow. I tell you. Hey. This was something. This was something. It's always best to go back to the beginning. Hold on.
Let me take my mask off here. This afternoon, the Memphis Police Department responded to a person shot at 2370 Airways Boulevard. Our preliminary investigation reveals the victim is Adolph Robert Thornton Jr. This shooting is another example of the senseless gun violence that we have seen far too often locally and nationwide. Too many families, too many mothers, too many fathers have suffered in our city, and quite frankly, I think we are all tired of it. Our hearts go out to the Thornton family and all who are affected by this horrific act of violence. Tonight, we strongly encourage everyone to stay home if you do not have to be out. We also strongly encourage everyone to remain calm as we actively perform.
Before I let that go any further, you listen to those words because they don't like to put pandemonium into the atmosphere. Stay home if you don't have to be out. They let you know that it was a lot going on, a lot of retaliation started immediately. Now they're saying that they received calls to that Privé was gonna get set on fire or whatever. I was told that some rounds was let off. And I mean, it kind of coincides with seeing those police cars out there, and they shut the whole strip down.
And remember, I don't know if they got this on video, but like later on at night, I don't know, it was tape around that building. I don't know if it was crime scene tape or, just regular police.
Talking about that Privé.
Yeah.
Right, it was tape around the building. I was told that they went over there and let rounds off immediately. That's the reason why, I used to shop in that shopping center when I lived out east. There's a Ross's right there. It's a GNC.
A lot of stuff right there.
It's a hardware store. They shut the whole strip down. They had them to close the stores, and they guarded that. They guarded Privé. And it coincides with what somebody told me, that rounds, they went over there immediately, rounds was let out. But a lot of times they won't put that out into the atmosphere because they don't want to.
Now, if nothing ain't happening in the building ain't being occupied, so would they still guard the place then? I mean, it's kind of like wasting manpower, ain't it, if y'all got the building closed.
The building was closed, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But we don't know if they went over there and closed it. We don't really know.
Okay, what day was that dog get killed? The day of the week?
On a Wednesday. So Privé would have been open, right?
It would have been open at 5 o'clock that evening.
But they did have some tape around it.
But I don't know if they're still on YouTube or not, but I know I remember seeing it. I ain't crazy.
Well, I know somebody told me that shots was let off. Okay. But they don't tell you everything. You see what I mean? But she did put into the atmosphere, if you don't have to be out, stay in the house. And that's because there was a lot going on in the city. A retaliation started immediately. That's the reason why that news guy got uncomfortable. He said, I'm hearing a lot about retaliation. I don't want to put that into the airways. You notice he started moving around.
Take his head. Mad as hell. That's mad as hell. Them folk got him.
The Memphis Police Department is providing an increased presence in areas of the city that might be directly impacted by this unfortunate incident. We are committed to working with the community to stop these senseless murders. We're also dedicated to bringing those responsible for today's shooting and others to justice. We encourage anyone who has any information about this incident to call Crime Stoppers at 901-528-2274. Let me say that again, 901-528-2274. And now I'll take a few questions.
Chief, should there be a curfew put in place? You had at least one city council member and one state representative call for a curfew, fearing that there could be retaliation. Do you think that's a good idea?
Well, we're taking all of these requests into consideration, and we're continuing to communicate with our city officials and evaluate the situation so that we can make the best decision. And it doesn't mean that we won't have a curfew at some point in time, but right now we think that the deployment of our officers in the specific areas that are impacted the most will be enough presence for tonight. And as I said before, we are encouraging everyone to stay in if they don't have to be out.
Did y'all hear what she just said?
Incidents or shootings that you might think are related to what happened today with the young Dolph?
Well, we have investigations that are going on right now, and the Memphis Police Department along.
Didn't y'all hear what she just said? She said right now we're putting our police officers in the areas that have been impacted the most.
Along with our federal partners, we'll look at every investigation and every
you heard what she said. Our federal
evidence,
partners, they was out there
to try to solve this particular case. We can't say for sure that it's associated with anything else at this time.
There have been some circulating on social media about this shooting here, this rapper's house, this restaurant. And we understand, was any of that accurate or true?
Well, I haven't vetted all the social media. There have been erroneous posts on social media, and what we're trying to do is monitor the facts and ensure that we provide the facts to the public as well. So what we see on social media may not be accurate.
Have there been given a suspect information? I know it happened in the middle of the day.
We are still speaking with witnesses. We do have witnesses that are communicating with the police department right now.
Is there any video footage?
We don't know for sure just yet. We are checking every camera, every piece of footage that could be in the surrounding area to help us further this investigation.
You mentioned increased police presence at areas of concern. Club Privé, Yogati's Club. Is that an area of concern? Is it open? Is there extra security from MPD on that scene?
Don't know if that particular location is open, but any location that might be affiliated with anyone that has a connection or we think could potentially have a connection, our officers are providing presence, and that is including the area where the shooting took place as well.
How many times he was shot?
Can't say that right now.
What can you tell us behind the motivation of the shooting?
Just don't know. This was a shooting that occurred at a cookie shop, and we're just not sure what that motivation was, and it's a little bit too early for us to tell.
Last question. Do you know if he was inside the business or outside, if he was buying cookies, visiting? There's talks that he had just delivered some turkeys during a charity. Can you just talk about what you know about his movements at that time?
Today, the victim was inside the business, and we can't say that.
Thank you. One final question. As a crime forum chief, you talked about interveners.
Okay. You guys. Now, based on what we just saw a lot. Pleco, do you think it's helpful to always go back to the beginning, look at raw footage and all that?
Yeah, because you see then how she try to discredit social media. Now, a lot of shit they were saying on social media was kept, but you know, social media pointed straight dropout.
Mm-hmm.
Social media told you a lot what was going on in that case. They had a lot of bullshit going on, but there was a lot of truth going on too, though.
You don't think some of them people around that area knew straight dropped them?
Something around the Orange Mound area?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's just like if one of my niggas go do something, he got a mask on. Like, I know how, if this is my nigga, I know how they walk. I know their body language, like, even if they face covered up, like, you know, niggas that be around straight drop, how they was standing, you know, they knew that.
Mm-hmm.
You heard what they said, like, I forget what day it was, but it might have been the first day where they was like, over 500 tips had already came in. I think that was the first day.
They was already calling and telling.
Yeah.
Who was involved. People were calling in with vital information, and hey.
And after them 500, just imagine, you know, how much good shit they get and how much, you know, how many leads they get just off the tips before anything else started to unfold. People forget, like, when y'all get to doing all this dumb shit on social media, like, they got special police that strictly watch social media. How you think Boosie get jammed up with their gun? How you think other rappers that do shit on social media, how you think this shit be coming to light? They get people be watching this shit.
They have a branch of the FBI that strictly investigate and sit on the internet and investigate crimes in different branches with different types of internet crimes. So, and MPD do too. All police departments do. Straight dropped out. He oh Lord, y'all.
What you getting them time to switch their notebooks up?
So what you think gonna happen next? You in the city of Memphis. What you think gonna happen?
Oh shit, with straight drop, cause like this when his brother made this statement, like whatever kind of defensive motive his lawyer was gonna use, like this shit hurted him bad. You know what I'm saying? Like this one thing that can convict you, somebody putting you on the scene, not just anybody, but your own brother saying, yeah, that's my brother right there. So that hurt. That hurt. That was a low blow. His ass, you know what I'm saying? Like, only thing I can see is a cop out, but you know, some motherfucker might try to go to trial, feel like shit, I can go get a time back anyway. So, but that right there hurt. And I know telling how many more people go, you know, come to court and say, yeah, he did this. He discussed such and such with me. You know what I'm saying? We don't know that.
Right.
But that right there, what we do know, that hurt. That hurt. That's the easiest way to get convicted. Somebody coming to court saying, yeah, he was right there. There's him. Yeah, your ass out of here.
What's up, the Alabama hitter?
What's going on, Miss T? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm good. I appreciate y'all letting me on, man. What's up with the play, Co?
What do? What pop?
I can't call it, fam. Man, I honestly believe that going back to the ground floor of this, you can really see things with 2020 vision. You know what I'm saying? Hindsight is 2020. And just going back and seeing everything that transpired, it makes everything more clear. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Before all the bullshit started being put into the atmosphere.
All the fake narratives, all the bloggers, you know what I'm saying? Everybody that's got, you know, they 2 cents to put in for whatever clicks or whatever views they trying to get. Yeah. That's real.
So what you think based on what you saw, in your opinion?
Well, it really hadn't changed. All the things revolving around it, you know, that's hearsay, but I believe that CMG definitely played a vital part in everything that happened.
And it
CMG
looks like
alone.
they knew it from the beginning, didn't it?
Exactly. CMG along with Quet, you know, and he had his little shooters lined up, and they wined them and dined them, put batteries in their backs. You know, basically told them they was gonna get away with murder. You know, dangled collabs and deals over their head, and it just didn't work out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'm glad they federal buddies was in town to observe everything that happened, and I hope they still in town, and I hope they get down to the core of the matter and bring the people in who need to be brought in so that we can get justice for Dolph. You know what I mean?
Heard what Chief Davis said. She said us and our federal entity. So
Right.
said that the same night.
Exactly.
Hey, Catalea. So, in your opinion, how many people you think gonna go down for this? Approximately.
Man, I really don't know who we got, including Jamarcus. We got Jamarcus. We got Drop. We got Quet. We got Cornbread. We got Burns. What's the other kid name that she said in that conference? I always forget his name.
Oh no.
The one that they got initially. Terrion Owens?
Trayon.
Trayon. Okay.
And what's that other one? Yeah, Trayon and we don't know what Sean
He charged for something else, don't he?
Yeah, he's charged for the Covington situation,
But
they all
caught
used
with
the
the
same
murder?
car and all of that. They were all in the same gang.
Right. I'm wondering, is the Covington thing eventually going to tie into all of this?
According to the young lady that was killed, her son, I saw an interview and he said he feels like that his mother's case and the Dolph's case is tied.
Definitely.
That's what he said.
So we're gonna see. I'm waiting on them to bring Jook in. That's what I want to. I want to see that big milk dud walk in the courtroom. Yeah, that's what I need. I need coffee to Mr. Mims. I need coffee to I need him to tell him how much time he potentially can get. Yeah.
Player, you think they're gonna get? You think they're gonna get your boy?
I don't know. Time will tell. That's on
Hey, that's a fact, player code. Hey, time reveals all, fam. You know, that's real. You know, I was looking at this whole thing with YNW Melly, and his manager was basically telling people that I gave him the phone, but the phone ain't got nothing on it. It's a brand new phone. Well, time revealed that everything was on that phone.
Dang.
Yeah, so keep on breathing.
They went in there and got them phones out of Cornbread's house. And what did that prosecutor say? He said the two people that was out there on the scene is the two people that was in there in that courtroom today.
That's why I don't understand why these boys taking these phones with them. I mean, my God.
The other one ain't, but niggas just stupid like that. You hear me? Niggas will go on a drill with their ID and everything, whole wallet in their pocket. You hear me? No kidding.
It don't make no sense. And they got like 3 or 4 different phones out of Cornbread house. So yeah, they didn't have to do much work. I know they swept the streets for the holidays and got like I think 300 different people in that. Yeah, so they got what they know, and I really believe that they're just trying to fit all the pieces to the puzzle and be able to justify it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Once they can justify it, I think they're gonna be knocking on some doors, and they might even be going to some U.S. embassies and seeing who they can pull back to the States, if you know what I'm talking about. But it'd be killing me. He all over in Greece and the south of France. Ain't nobody over there. Him, his barber, and Angela Simmons.
Ain't it?
I swear.
They decide they want to travel the world and then tease it in up there, huh?
Exactly.
Catalea said it's another hidden hand. She said, but I'm gonna hush on a moment for that one.
Wow, okay.
It ain't no tell. I mean, shoot.
So what about a dog friend that was keeping the parking lot of the cookie shop clean? Do y'all think he found a bullet or something that people wanted him dead? That's Jeremiah Taylor.
Jeremiah. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm
Bless you.
sorry, went down the wrong. I don't know. You know what? You know what? I don't know. The only thing that I could probably say about that case is that it's got to be heavy.
Yeah.
Because they don't talk about it, and so I don't know. Jeremiah Floyd's family isn't complaining, which means they got to be getting some type of justice. It just ain't came out.
Right.
They ain't said they had a suspect.
They ain't
I hadn't heard nothing.
They ain't said nothing.
They caught him in traffic, and that was about it. That's the last I heard. Hey, but what about this cat, Big Unc? You know, they just threw his name out. And
I don't know. I had never heard of him.
No, I hadn't either. But he living his best life too. He was across that water. He was across that water, but now it look like he back at home. They having family reunions, barbecue, birthdays, bar mitzvahs. He chilling. You know, so I don't know. You know,
I wonder what was the purpose. What do you think the purpose was of? And people have different opinions about what could have happened to Teasy, but what do you think happened to him?
I think somebody sent the word, and I'm telling you, they cleaned up loose ends. They definitely cleaned up loose ends. For you to get him in the mound, man, who gonna come over there and do that? That's just and I'm not from Memphis, so I can't really speak to the point where I know the terrain like that. I got family in Memphis, but it just don't make sense. It don't make sense. I feel like somebody made a phone call and they got him up out of there, because I feel like he was legit the only person that they could connect to the money other than Quet. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So why take Teasy out and not Quet? They can't get their hands on Quet, can they?
I don't think so.
You know that.
Yeah, I think Quet put up real nice. Yes, indeed.
And if Quet know what's good for him, he'll get them off of the street, because I think he's got enough knowledge to do it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Quet somewhere, man. Quet somewhere laid up, waiting on the court date. I think they go back on the 13th.
Mm-hmm. If Devin Burns know what's good for him, he'll stay in.
Yeah, he'll fool low key. You know, anybody walking around in 2021, 22 with a full mohawk, and yeah, he a damn fool. That's just my opinion, though. Yeah.
And it was blonde at one point, wasn't it?
Exactly. Exactly. You know, they were showing pictures of the mansion party, and it was him, Shondell, I think it was Teasy, and Straight Drop. And this fool, he the only one got a hat on. Look like he's straight off a Cooler High. I'm like, boy, here he different. Yeah,
they was really finessing them at that point, wasn't it?
Yeah, they was. They man,
they took a bunch of little dudes that they knew would do anything to try to make it, and they messed their lives up. They ought to be ashamed of themselves.
Put them around an elite lifestyle, made all kind of promises to them, put them in the studio with their artists. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, we can do this too. Our opportunity finally came. But now all they got to do is what they want them to do. That's why I'm so glad that J90 saw the writing on the wall and went and got somewhere.
And J90 hard too. People need to, hopefully somebody will see J90 and help him to got enough money or he can make enough money to get himself buy himself out of his contract,
right,
and go and put some music out. Because I'm happy that he saw the light. Even if he was doing it at first, he said, it was too much street stuff going on. I'm 30. He didn't want to do it.
Exactly. Don't nobody want to be nobody crash dummy. Nobody. I don't care what the price tag on it is. If your last name ain't Benson, then you probably don't want to be a crash dummy. You know what I'm saying? And as far as he go, where is he at? He just drop a video and go back underground.
Yeah. Do you think it's trouble in paradise?
Oh yeah, I think he done got voted off the island a while ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's what everybody's saying.
Yeah, I think he been off the island. Yeah, they not sharing his post on IG. They not promoting nothing he do. His last little video that jump was hard, but wasn't nobody promoting it. He's certified independent now. So
well, he's outspoken. How come he ain't just when he said a little something before? He was like, I've been blackballed, and now I know for a fact I'm being blackballed, but nothing else can. God got me. Nothing else can hurt me, or something else.
Right. He need a couch. He need to lay on somebody's couch and talk. You know what I'm saying? He should have been doing that. I think he sent some shots in that I'm assuming video when he was, rapping about Dolph or whatever. He sent some shots directly at CMG, basically saying that he had to take care of some business that they were scared to take care of. But you know what I'm saying?
Look at where it's got him though.
You caught that player, Cole?
Ben caught that. You smart.
Yes, sir. So, yeah, man.
And so it's only, we can only imagine what God is saying to him, because probably at this point, they don't trust nobody. So folks quick to tell you when you go out and you do the ultimate for them, even though he didn't do it, because he understood him doing it himself, but I still think he paid for it. That gangsta out here. Folks quick to say, well, little bro, you was the one that really wanted that.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And I'm sure they done told him that it made him feel real alone.
Oh yeah. Nah, bro, you wanted to be the king of South Memphis. Yeah, of South Memphis. They gonna give you the whole city.
We from North Memphis. You want to be the king of South Memphis.
Exactly. Now you out there, you on the island now. And that's the cold part about it. He underground, and I just hope that they come pull all them boys. I hope they get what they need to get from whoever they need to get it from, and pull all them boys. I want to see them like they came and got Thug out his house. I want to see them pull them boys out their house and walk them to them vehicles and take them downtown. Yeah,
it's gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
Thug never thought he'd be fighting for his life, did he?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
They really get ready to get Thug because they draining his money.
Yeah.
When you start to see them lawyers and them teams change, they're gonna say, "Oh, okay, we can go ahead and deliver it."
Exactly. It's like a Python effect. They're just squeezing. Mm-hmm. You shelling out every nickel you got to try to fight off the inevitable. And once you broke, that's when they're going to squeeze and break your neck. They doing the same thing to Boosie. That's why Boosie running around here looking under couch pillows, looking for money everywhere he can ask for it.
Boosie look like he Boosie looks stressed, like he ain't got nothing to lose. It's like, I don't know.
Boosie ain't looked the same since they took him out that courtroom. When he got released, his lips all pink, his eyes done got big like he's smoking work. I don't know what the hell wrong with Boosie.
Hey, like this shit crazy. Like, you know, most people say when you go do time, like, you know, it rejuvenates you. You don't come out looking old, but like with him, it like he came out like, I don't know, like looking old type shit though.
I swear to God, that boy look like he been standing outside of AutoZone 3 weeks.
Like G, I get the biz on.
I swear. Let me put your battery in, OG. No, bro. Yeah, he looking bad. He looking bad, and messing with guys and threatening to expose guys. That's a tree you don't want to bark up. Nah, that ain't what you want to do right there. Because when they shot up the little concert he did last night, that's the first thing I thought about. I'm like, oh man, they done sent somebody out there to cause commotion. And you know, regardless of whether you had anything to do with it or not, just having that on your jacket and you got to go back to court for a hearing, that don't look good. Boosie face look like a leather belt. That's a fact. Yeah, that boy looking rough these days, y'all. I hate it for him, boy. You 40 years old and you out here, you trying to move with the youngsters, man. You can't do it, fam. You can't do it.
Boosie, I don't know what kind of trouble Boosie in. It's almost like he owes some loan sharks or something. He just seemed real.
Yeah, it's called the United States of America. Yeah, he finna have to pay dearly to get up out of this. That's why he trying to sell cars. I did a video and I said this boy finna be at every state fair. He gonna be at the pie judging contest. Anything they will pay Boosie to come to, he gonna be there.
Well, he needs to stay away from Vlad. Unfortunately, he can't because Vlad pay him very well, but Vlad be setting him up.
Right. Well, he wanna get on Vlad because he wanna talk, and he know that payday to come with being on Vlad.
It ain't worth it though.
Nah, it ain't worth it. That payday he got with what the boys is Math Hoffa. I swear to God, I bet he wish he never did that.
With who?
With Math Hoffa, the last podcast he did before he got arrested.
Talking about what they do with them little dudes. I bet he wish he didn't either.
Oh yeah, and if you think about it, Miss T, that's the essence of what you've been saying on your channel since day one. All the OGs getting these young dudes and messing up their future, putting all these erroneous charges on them just so you can move around how you want to move. That ain't commendable. That ain't nothing that you want to smile at. That ain't G. That ain't street. That ain't solid, fam. And you got to pay for that.
Yeah, he wrong.
Yeah, he dead wrong.
Something has happened though, and I don't know if it's when Boosie started talking about I don't know what went on, but the industry has turned their back on him, even the black people in the industry. Because you know Boosie got some hits. Boosie was a hard rapper. It shouldn't be hitting this hard. I know karma has to come back, but it seems like a lot of people that was messing with Boosie, they not messing with him.
Well, law enforcement been had it out for Boosie ever since he beat him down in Baton Rouge, and then the industry done had it out for him ever since he went on Breakfast Club and said what he said about Lil Nas X and that little tater-tay he had with them. You know,
that's normally what do it.
Yeah, that's what do it. You know, you stand on keeping it real, and you saying what other folks can't say but want to say, fam. It don't always work out in your favor, and it just ain't been working out in his favor.
Especially when he's in that industry and he know how it go.
Right. And now he don't have a lifeline. That's why he gotta go to the trenches. He gonna have to be doing shows at skating rinks and bar mitzvahs and family reunions and cookouts. Yeah, you got to get all that money. Yeah, cause they finna take it. I hate it. You know, Boosie been rapping since I know
for over 20 years.
well over 20 years, yeah. And for you to have to go to the trenches to get your bread, like you're doing right now, yeah, you don't want to do that. Don't no rapper want to do that. You know, you ain't got nothing that you can get residual income off of. You know, they don't want your movies. They blackballed your movies, so it's like
He didn't even have not one celebrity. They didn't do T.I. as bad as they did. They're doing Boosie, and we know. I believe something went on with T.I. now.
yeah. Well, you know,
Those
T.I.
charges went away. They don't even talk about it no more.
No, you know, T.I. his charges went away, and we know T.I. You know, he did a little talking, but during the pandemic and the whole George Floyd thing, if you remember, if you were watching, T.I. was on Instagram saying some crazy stuff, some downright militant stuff. You know what I mean? And the people that cut them checks and allow certain opportunities, they don't forget that type of stuff. You know, that's why you know, last year and all of a sudden you want to be a damn comedian, bro. You ain't as funny as you think you is, bro. Ain't nobody finna go pay to see no T.I. tell jokes. He found out real quick though.
He ain't had a hit, and I don't know when. And I do believe Boosie probably can produce some hits.
Yeah.
T.I. ain't got that. T.I. ain't got that sound like Boosie got.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, Miss T. Boosie ain't got it either. If it went for Mo3, if it went for Mo3, Boosie be swimming with the fishes when it come to this rap shit. that daggone Mo3 basically resurrected that man's whole career. Yeah.
You think
so? Sure it did. Oh yeah. That Mo3 Badass album, that's the last album that folks that really listen to hip hop listen to it with Boosie on it. Boosie just dropped the album last week when he got out of jail. I listened to one song. I said, no, this ain't it. Let me turn this off. No.
I didn't know they're not promoting him.
No, because he independent and he ain't got nobody to promote it.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Catalina Lee, for real, Mo3 saved him. That's facts. Mo3 saved him.
Do you think he double crossed him?
I don't think he double crossed him. But he did say something that was troubling last week. He said that you know, the narrative was always that Mo3 would never sign to Boosie, and that when Mo3 signed his deal with Empire, he came back to Boosie and like, what I owe you, OG? He was like, man, you don't owe me nothing, bro. Well, Boosie came back on the internet hollering about this whole Young Blue thing. They're like, they don't even want to pay me for my artist. You know what I'm saying? They paid me for Mo3. I'm like, damn, bro. You just said you ain't want nothing from Mo3. You ain't get nothing from Mo3. But now you saying Empire paid you for Mo3? See, the game is so shaded. This music is dirtier than crack. It's dirtier than crack ever been.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they making the ones with the talent. Black people got the talent. These folks in the background couldn't make money without the talent.
Absolutely not.
But they make all the money, and they had the black folks dancing a jig, and they got the talent. Ain't hardly getting a damn thing.
Right.
Or taking each other out.
Absolutely right. And you know, Boosie up there showing a signature that he said was forged. I just can't bring myself to think that Boosie is on top of his paperwork. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I really don't think he on top of his paperwork. So I mean, that's just me though. But I'm like, bro.
They say he triple crossed Mo3.
That what they say. Man, could be. Could be. I know he went to Dallas and released some balloons and thought he was gonna move around in Oak Cliff and went to Big T and got his ass shot. Never found out who did that either. But he almost lost a leg behind that one.
Well, I don't think going up against Ghazi, but that's how you know he ain't got. He seemed like he don't really care at this point because he can't win with Ghazi.
Nah, he can't. That ain't a battle you want to fight no way. And he said he on one of them clips he said you know you paying Blue, you got to pay me. I'm CEO. I'm like, if that don't sound like the hoodie shit I done heard, bro. If you CEO, you ain't got to tell nobody you CEO. It's in your paperwork, right? Just because you bring somebody to the office don't make you CEO.
And you would think that he would have had that paperwork right before he took his talent to the office with the way folks steal.
Yes, indeed. Blue went and signed them papers. He stopped by Boosie's house when he got out the hospital, gave him $100,000 on Instagram. And Boosie was just as happy as he wanted to be. Mine, ain't nobody never gave me nothing, mine. Mine, this a real nigga right here, mine. That's the last 100,000 he got out of Blue.
Blue feel like he was paying him, right?
Exactly. He was like, thanks for everything, OG. Yes, Lord. Nah, man. Boots ain't have his paperwork together. I just can't wrap my head around that. I can't wrap my head around it.
Ghazi been doing this too. You know, he got them lawyers.
Oh yeah.
Ghazi, if in order for Ghazi to not give Boosie no money, it is because his paperwork tells him he don't have to.
Absolutely. And then he talking about, I told him that I'm finna get lawyers involved, and he hit me right back. And listen, when you hit him back that second time and he ain't respond, he probably had them lawyers lined up, planning and plotting and strategizing. I don't think he got no win in this. I really don't.
Right about that signature. They say his brother signed it. I believe Boosie probably authorized it, but Boosie know that it's not his signature. I think he's shucking with Ghazi because he said, Ghazi, that ain't my signature. He gonna play dumb like he didn't know nothing about it.
Exactly.
When he got some signature, he said, I got a handwriting expert. They say it ain't my signature. So he gonna try to play crazy like they put my signature on that.
Right. All I know is if you go back through the history of Boosie said that his brother stole, what he said, $30,000 from him a couple of years ago, and one of his baby mamas came out and said, "Boy, you know that boy ain't steal no money from you. That was a scam you was running." And said he scammed either Bank of America or Capital One of them. Yeah. Put it on his brother because say his brother stole $30,000 from him. Yeah.
He's scamming for $30,000.
That's what I'm saying. That's when
talking about, and that's a lot of money, but at Boosie's status, it ain't no money.
No, because if you go down the timeline with Boosie, around the time this has happened, this was around the time where Boosie had then got out. He did his little touchdown and cause hell tour. He did all them tour dates. And that was it. You know, the music wasn't popping no more. And you done blew through that money. So now, yeah, he had to get him a little pocket change. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, that
like what he did with Dolph when he was on. This is what really, because I always, Boosie was one of my favorite rappers, but when I saw how he handled it with Dolph, I didn't like that. When Vlad asked him a question about Dolph being, killed, and they was talking about it, he was like, I don't choose sides, man. I mean, what was wrong with him saying, that was a tragedy, whoever did that? You know, they should. He basically told he knew what had happened and gonna sit up and say, I don't choose sides.
Well, because of the fact that Boosie got ties in Memphis, and Boosie was real tight with J Money now, and I just found this out. You know, he was linked in with Trula. Yeah, he was linked in with Trula. So, you know, it wasn't too much he could say. He was tight-lipped on the situation, and he said he don't play sides. That because, yeah, he did business with Gotti, and he was linked in with Trula. Yep, that's crazy, ain't it?
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
All of this is gonna be interesting though, but either way it goes, it seems like everybody done turned they're back on him. You know, Gotti he coming performing his birthday bash, you know, and then he called Gotti the king of Memphis.
Right. Yeah, well, you might have to hit up the king for a payday loan pretty soon.
One of you know from the king, that he gotta finish paying that 100 million back.
Yeah, he gotta
make Pimp Glorilla.
Yeah, for real. They doing bless Glorilla. Lord have mercy. They just running her down through that, ain't it?
Yes, indeed.
She can't get no money but club money, and that's crazy. All these hits. Yeah, that's crazy. And you know
Get them out the trenches a little bit. They happy with a little bit because they ain't had nothing.
That's the truth. That's the truth. And that's part of how them Trula boys ended up crashing the way they crashed. You know, listen, they got these boys posing in front of Lambo trucks. They got all this money. You know what I'm saying? They in Miami. Man, oh, you saying that they could be like this every day? You know? Okay.
They that's them when they know they got a mission for them. They start messing with them.
Yeah. Have them like them dogs at the racetrack running behind that rabbit. Boy, you never gonna get that rabbit. You gonna die before you get that rabbit. You killed Dolph, and now you made Dolph a legend. Dolph will never die now. Yeah. Dolph will never die now.
No, he'll never die. He's immortal. They made him that.
That's real.
If they wanted him to go away, they hurt themselves more because you know he's ascended to another dimension, and in the end, they're gonna be the ones to truly go away.
Absolutely.
The reason for life is misery.
That's right. You know, I sit back and I think sometimes I say, Lord, please don't let these folk. I don't know what the court system is in Tennessee, but Lord, please don't let these folk drag this thing like the Lorenzen Wright. Man, you know how, Lord, was that in the 90s? Was that early 2000s or in the 90s?
Like I think Lorenzo was killed in 2011.
That was 2011. Okay. Jesus, yeah. Yeah, we need a little bit of accelerated justice on this one.
Yes, God.
Yeah, we need that.
But I think the reason when you know you're dealing with people with money, when you know you got them, the defense teams, especially a good defense lawyer, when they know that the prosecutor got them, what they start trying to do is how they win is by technicalities. They start trying to find ways to poke holes in the truth and get things thrown out by the oversight of prosecutors, just little minute oversights. That's what defense attorneys do. I do work for some defense attorneys.
Right.
And so what they'll do is when they know the prosecutors got them tied up, they'll say, damn, you know, this one's gonna be a hard one. So what they'll do is they'll bring their team in and they'll say, what we got to do is find where the prosecutor oversights or mistakes to discredit the prosecutor and get some shit thrown out. That's the only way we're gonna win.
Absolutely. Well, I just hope we can get to that point where we can get all parties. Y'all settled a table in June 2021. We need y'all to come back to the table. We need to reconvene on this. Do it the right way. Yeah. Yeah, we need these boys in court. And even if we don't, I don't think they ever gonna be able to touch Gotti, but as long as they get his brother, that's good enough for me. Let me ask you this: what do you think about that cat? Is his name Corey McClendon? What do you think about him?
I don't know.
Yeah, he's supposed to be CMG out of Castalia.
Is he from Castalia?
I believe so. If RP Young Dolph in the chat, he probably can verify that.
Rest in peace, Young Dolph. Is Corey from Castalia? The only thing I know is I don't know.
Vato, yeah, the one where he say, until that old nigga from my hood.
Why did they call Vato?
Mm-hmm.
He was the hype man, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. Sure was. Yep, he from Castalia. Appreciate your great face. Yeah.
So he was the hype man / hitman.
He not capping Vato from Castalia. That's who Dolph was talking about. Yeah, absolutely. R.I.P. Young Dolph, bro. I'm gonna tell you something. Your comments and your presence is worth the price of admission. Yeah, Miss T, you got a wonderful channel. There's no cap. It's all factual. And if you don't know, you're not gonna front like you do know. That's what we all respect about you.
Thank you.
No doubt.
Do you have I think somebody was, do you have a channel, don't you?
I do.
Okay, you talk about the Dolph's case? Yeah, because I was over there one day.
Mm-hmm. I made a couple of videos about it, but I try my best not to harp on it because, on YouTube, there's so many people just making making videos,
Yes, indeed.
Old man had a stroke. Old man had a stroke. It's get back for COTs. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, I'm not finna do that. And them numbers be looking good on them Dolph videos too. But I just, somebody got to have some morals.
Yeah, because that's almost like a mocking him when you making up stuff. You know what
exactly.
I mean?
Exactly.
It's bad enough they killed him, but you're gonna mock him.
Mm-hmm. That's real, and it's like people like you and Player Code, y'all can make these videos every day, all day because y'all from the soil and y'all have put in that work. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know people involved. So yeah, y'all can do that. And and even though y'all can, y'all choose not to. You only talk about it when it's relevant. You're not gonna make up no storylines. You're not gonna make up no I broke this. Even if you did, so even if you did, because I remember when you went live and you was telling people about quit, and then other people like, what I tell you, what I tell you, you know what I'm saying? Like, Lord have mercy. Yeah. But just know that there's some people out here that don't like being lied to, and we appreciate what y'all do for real.
Oh, I appreciate that. You guys make sure it's Alabama Hitter, right?
Yeah, it's the Alabama Hitter.
Where you at? You down there in Mobile?
No, I'm in Birmingham.
Oh, you're in Birmingham. How far is that? Birmingham is a pretty good ways up there from, because when we went to have you ever heard of Gulfport?
Gulfport, Mississippi? You talking about Gulf Shores and Orange Beach. Yeah.
That's down there by Mobile.
Yeah, that's down by Mobile. Surely is.
I loved it.
Yeah, Orange.
That was our first time down there last year. I enjoyed it so much. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, Orange Beach is really nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
it's like
people
15, 20 minutes from Pensacola.
Right. It's a little secret. It's a secret place. People don't know Alabama got beaches like that, nice beaches.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we go down there as often as we can. You know what I'm saying?
I was like, I gotta go back. The food was, because I love food. The food was off of the chain, and I started looking at, just that little city, how they had like amusement parks, water park. The kids consistently have something to do. I'm like, how come these big cities ain't putting money into their cities like this?
Exactly. It's crazy. The crime that we did. We a little baby Memphis on the low, Miss T.
Really?
Yeah, these boys around here riding around illegal with these Glocks with these 30s on them with buttons on them. You know what I'm saying? I was in the store the other day with my son, little buddy in front of us had on some jogging pants with a Draco hanging out the jogging pants with the banana hanging out his jogging pants. I was like, Lord have mercy. Can't even go to
these folks.
They wild. You can't even go to the gas station no more. Yeah, so we keep our head on the swivel, and when we get down to the beach, we get down there. And, we usually do it on Mother's Day because my mom used to like going down there. We used to take her down there for Mother's Day, and she done passed. She with the Lord now, so that's something that we do once a year at least.
Yeah,
it is
beautiful. The first 48 was. I used to like Birmingham first 48.
Oh yeah.
First 48 was down there too. I like it. I used to love First 48 when they stayed in the South.
Exactly.
Was one of my, because I think they even went down to Mobile.
Ooh, Lord, for real? They went to Mobile?
Yeah, they went to Mobile.
Oh man. Yeah, Mobile, wow. Mobile is wild. Mobile, Pritchard, all that little bit right there. Mob town is what they call it,
You would never believe that Mobile was wild like that.
Man, there's some pockets in Mobile. You go, what I'm saying, you might not come back to the crib. You might make your transition. Happy Hill and Pritchard and Daphne. It's some pockets. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. But once you get through that, then you get to Orange Beach and Sweet Apple Farms and Gulf Shores, and that's Dolphin Island. That's the pretty parts,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah,
we
Birmingham.
Go through there, and their houses sit way back up off the road, like back in the. I didn't like that back in the woods or something.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the houses around there,
right?
Got a lot of curves.
A lot.
A lot of curves.
Most definitely. Yeah, Birmingham is wild. Big 30 got jammed up a couple of years ago coming up out of Birmingham.
Really? What happened?
I think he was coming. He was leaving a show. He was leaving a show, and he got pinched with a bunch of party favors, and had to spend a little time in the county jail down here in Jefferson County. But yeah, old Big 30, and then of course Finesse. When Finesse left here and went straight to the feds from that little shootout that he had in Arkansas. Well, he didn't have it, but his security guards. When they had a warrant out for him, they caught him down here in Birmingham at a place called the Fox Trap. You can't milk me and pour me out in the Fox Trap. Yeah, one of them type spots.
Up in there, huh?
Exactly. Deep in the trenches. Yeah, that's why. And Finesse the same way. If Finesse don't tighten up, and
I was gonna say, it seemed like they're trying to set him up or something. It's something going on.
He moving too. His whole movement is a circus. And he got a little king with him, and then he got the three the little women he got with him, and then came out yesterday that one of them was fighting one with it gloss up from. Yeah, when his girlfriend got to fighting with Gloss Up, they fighting over him. It's just crazy, man. It's crazy.
Lord have mercy, Jesus. He needs to be careful because it's almost like before. I don't know what happened, because when he first got out, he was hungry, and people, like, before he started signing to all these people, folks was really supporting him. They
right.
Want to win, and it's like something has happened since he signed to these people.
Right. I mean, well, he getting his money, and he he moving weird. I mean, just some of the stuff he be doing is like it's kind of crazy. But you get your money, man. You're super talented. You're super. Everybody know you're talented.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. You know, you can do it all the, all this other stuff, all this sideline distracting shit. You know, I don't know why you got. I know why you got King, because King is an artist. But the message that King is putting out and the way that y'all are moving around King is destructive. It's destructive. People are appalled about what they see, but I think about back in the day, Jay Prince, he signed a kid. His name was Tulo. If anybody remember the old Rap A Lot records, they had a little dude they used to run with Scarface named Tulo. I think he was about 12 years old. But this little dude ain't number 10. But yeah, it's crazy. I don't care how smart you say he is, and you got him in private school. If he getting out of school and coming home and shooting dice and you know what I'm saying, hanging around strippers,
too much.
he see too much.
Smoke weed. I'm sure
Right.
they do.
I know he do. Somebody said why he got a lighter leash on. Finesse said because he lit. No, bruh. No, that's a good answer, and that's a hell of an answer. But no, bruh, that little dude smoking with y'all. You know what I'm saying? He looked like he smoked grape Swisher Sweets. His lips is jet black at 10 years old. No, fam, that ain't cool.
That's another one that they put into a bad contract. All he need is he have to have an adult, and his family, they sold him for $1,000. So they don't know nothing about no contracts.
I couldn't believe that when he said $1,000. If he did only get him $1,000, shame on him. Shame on him. That's crazy. That's beyond crazy. Not a little dude living with you. I hope he got his paperwork right, because you know what I'm saying, the right folks get involved, you might have bigger problems on your hand.
Yeah, and I think he's going to have bigger problems on his hand. I do.
Oh yeah.
Because I think, me personally, I think they setting him up. I just believe that.
I do too. I mean, when you look at it, I like to look at his boss man and Bag. Bag try to move like Gotti. Bag don't want to be 50 feet within none of that foolishness that he involved with. And if he keep on, it's gonna get old, and they're gonna be right back into it. I think they're gonna be right back into it. You see how Bag treat Thuddy. I don't know what Thuddy doing.
You said how Bag treat who?
Big Thuddy.
Yeah, it's almost like, is he distancing himself from it?
I believe so. King, the little dude that's gonna take
stuff. But I'm sure Bag had encouraged a lot of that stuff. Yeah, he moved like God, and they encouraged these dudes to do this stuff. And then when the heat get on them, they try to distance themselves.
Exactly. And I don't get it with Finesse. Why would you even sign to this dude? Y'all done had Sting the whole while you was in custody. Before you got locked up, you had Sting with him. You come out, you sign the Mob Ties. Mob Ties can get you where you want to go. But then you sign the Bread Gang too. That's just another hand in your pocket. That's another spoon on your plate. Why would you do that? Yeah, I can understand Atlantic, but that Bread Gang decision didn't make no sense to me.
I believe that they put Jay Prince there to finesse him into doing it. Because see, Finesse had already put into the atmosphere, Bag stole his style, and people started listening to that and was like, even though Bag is talented, you know what? We could believe that. Because
Absolutely.
it is similar. Finesse's voice is just a little different.
Right.
The style is, I was like, okay, I believe Finesse. I believe he did steal his style.
Yeah, I do too. The cadence is the same when you listen to the music. Bagged and tweaked it a little bit, you know. The more you rhyme and the more that you put into your craft, you gonna get better. But the basis of it, yeah, that's all finesse. Yeah. Because Jay Prince was making it his job to bring them together. Oh, okay. Okay, I get you. So Jay Prince wanted to squash the beef between them. That makes sense. I mean, we could squash the beef, but in the words of the Nation of Islam, get your hand out my pocket, nigga.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We could squash the beef, but I'm gonna eat by myself. And then you got the whole thing with Honeycomb Brazy. Brazy said that he really put them on to Finesse. And now it's like they swapped seats. Brazy went in.
They got into it. That's another thing too. They think they crafted. They be wanting these dudes to be into it. So Finesse, I saw where Finesse was kind of mad at it. They said that he was into it with Jay Prince Jr. and them. He was pissed off. Jay Prince Jr. put out a little post or whatever, and then a little subliminal, and then said free Honeycomb Brazy. Well, the word is Honeycomb. Supposedly, Honeycomb Brazy says if Finesse 2 times is still on mob times when he get out, he ain't signing.
That's what they say. Jay Prince Jr. money hungry. That's what he is. That's why he trying to get Finesse to sign as many deals as he can. I can see that. I can see that. One thing I could say about Brazy is I don't know when he coming out, and to have them two beefing is weird, but you don't know if they beefing or not. Like you just said, the post that Jay Prince made, Bag made a post similar to that, and it made it look like he was talking about Finesse. But then his album dropped, and that was a verse on one of his songs. These folks making this shit WWE, Miss C.
Mm-hmm.
And they know that the beef sells, so they'll orchestrate some beef in a minute. And they know that the fans got short-term memory, so they'll strike up a beef, and then 6 months later you'd be like, "Dang, what happened to them?" No, that wasn't nothing. That was to sell records. They do it all the time. Wow. Dirk and Youngboy, they the kings of it. They'll strike up a beef, talk about each other, girlfriends, even bring Vaughn into it, and next thing you know, somebody got an album dropping. Yeah. It's free promotion.
The only issue with that is when it ends up like Young Dolph situation. That was
right.
Because people have been using beefs to sell records. They kept it on wax. I'm trying to figure out, why did they have an urgency? Why did they feel like they needed to kill Young Dolph?
Young Dolph beef was a perfect storm. It was organic. It was a city rivalry. Like where I'm from, we got rappers that never got as big as Dolph or Yo got it, but they got beefs in the city. And if they ever did, it would be on that same level. Theirs got amplified because they were both good at what they did. Dolph was great at marketing and promoting and dropping his music whenever he wanted to. Got it. He got it out the mud, and he blew up as well. Now you got two local jokers, as we like to say, at the top of the game, but they still on this local joker shit. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it got so crazy. And it could, I guess and you got ahead. You know, when you get a certain amount of money and you get a certain amount of prestige and clout on your name, you feel like you can do certain things that you would never do with a normal income. And so that plan got set in motion. And the plan didn't have to be one where it was solely orchestrated by them. We all know how they play off these young dudes. These young dudes had a little beef, and they like, well, y'all don't like them niggas? Okay, let's pour some gas on it. And that's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, it's a darn shame.
It really is. It really is. And they took away a great. We used to have a youngster down here by the name of Glenn Thomas. He rapped with T.I. His rap name was Doe B. And him and Dolph, when they linked together, they made some beautiful music. They made some dope music. And Doe B literally got shot off the stage, I want to say in 2016, like Christmas night. Some people that knew him too. Down in Montgomery. Yeah.
That jealousy demon, something else, ain't it?
That jealousy demon. I tell my son, I say, a dude can come up to another dude. Jealousy and pride. Jealousy and pride. And Dolph would always talk about this girlfriend, you know. He had the cover art to Don't Play With Me. You know, that was somebody else's girlfriend's phone number on the cover art. I told my son, I said, son, a dude can rob you. A dude can rob another dude. Turn that man pockets upside down. That dude will see him in the mall 7 days later and say, I'm going to let him make it. But if a dude see you with his girl, he going to throw your life away and his life away. It's that pride. It's that pride. I don't care how rich you get. I don't care how much you attain. That pride will get you every time.
And that's why they say pride comes before a fall.
Before a fall, a haughty spirit. How I go, Miss T? Pride come before destruction. A haughty spirit. Yeah, you know, we was raised in the church, so yeah, that's absolutely right. You know, so we got to get over ourselves. You know, we got to get over ourselves. And the rap game was made on battling and the dozens and dissing, but it got to a point where that pride was so strong. These folks was sending folks out. They were sending folks out like real live crash dummies to kill somebody. Yeah, several times. And that's the whole thing, man. Don't disrespect my mind. If you behind the first shooting and the second shooting and the third shooting, why would I not think you're not behind the fourth shooting? That's all anybody's saying. You know, you the first place we gonna look. And dude released this tape. I think it was CM10. He said folks hit me up, blowing up my line, basically saying they were calling him talking about Dolph. He's like, he ain't got such and such, and he ain't got time. Like, yeah, I ain't studying that. Whatever, you know what I'm saying? But, bro, you knew what was going on. Don't even cap like you knew what was going on. You had a question, remember? Yeah, minutes before it happened, you said, I got a question on Twitter and deleted it. Yeah.
And then the way that he, you know, how involved he was with straight. Now they try to say that those tweets were Photoshop, but I don't think they were. If my nigga go to jail, I'm gonna get him right out. But see, Straight Drop didn't know that they were setting him up.
Right. Right. They set him up. Lord have mercy. And then to say you said that they had video, they had put him in a high rise apartment, right?
Mm-hmm. About $1,900 a month.
And you come to your high rise apartment with some jogging pants on, a black hoodie, and a Bass Pro cap.
And you know what? I keep forgetting about. They got video of him. As a matter of fact, there's some video footage of him as it relates to that. He still had on the same stuff.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And that's why young black men, they need to pay attention in school, because this is not 1993. It is closed circuit cameras all over your city. There's shot spotters all over your city. We don't need neighborhood watch. These folks can zoom in on your car tag from orbit. From orbit. Y'all moving too sloppy. Y'all want to do all of this crash dummy shit, but you don't want to prepare for it. I never get it. You got a cell phone in your pocket pinging your location. It's like, did you even think at all? I don't. How did you feel like you were gonna get away with it? Honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with all these cases. The Mo3 case, cell phone just pinging, cell phone pinging at the baby mama house the whole night before. They just sitting on 3, just sitting on him, ran him down on the freeway. It's sad. It's sad. You take a life as valuable as Dolph's and throw your own life away in the process. Yeah.
Yeah. And they're gonna pay for it
Dearly.
And now it's some that think they ain't gonna pay for it. But I always tell people, when folks want to make you think they're living their best life, that's when they're really suffering.
Absolutely.
That's when they're the scaredest.
Exactly, because you, Miss T, you're on film, you're on your phone, showing us all this water and all these trees. But a real person, a person that's not caught up in things, realize, bruh, you ain't got nobody around you. Where your loved ones at, fam? What are people that care about you, bro? You might as well be in 201. I don't care what the surroundings look like. You are by yourself. You have been alienated because of the fact that your ego got the best of you. And it's too hot for you to move like you really want to move. Yeah, you can go and sit over in Greece and talk about niggas ain't got one of these, and niggas can't do this, and niggas can't do that. Niggas can't come in the BET Award this way. But y'all sound like some real coons. Y'all sound like some real coons. Like niggas that ain't never had shit. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they can't come in the back door like this. Nigga. But yeah. That's why I salute Glock. That's why I salute Kenny Money. I hope Kenny Money screw his head on tight and don't crash out listening to these niggas, because these niggas will trick you out your spot.
Yes, they will. Because I'm gonna tell you something. He's got the charisma and the mind to really be another Young Dolph. Key Glock is out there, but Key Glock is more reserved. Kenny Money has that bigger than life personality like Young Dolph had. You're right. If he don't crash out, and here's another one that has the that could really be a star from around Memphis if he don't crash out, and that's Jizzle.
Oh yeah, CEO Jizzle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, he on one.
He on one, but they're gonna have to lead them. They're gonna have to balance that out because they can't love the streets more than their art because the streets gonna win and suck them in
Every
and
time.
take them under.
Every time. Every time. And if Daddy O knew what was best, he would get some paperwork with CEO Jizzle.
Mm-hmm.
I've been watching his IG. It look like he in Atlanta. Atlanta ain't far enough away. I'm
That's
sorry.
right. And
Shit.
yeah, if Daddy-O, you're right. Daddy-O
Mm-hmm.
needs to get some paperwork and start pushing him because I wouldn't let nobody else get the opportunity to sign, especially here in this city too. I wouldn't
Absolutely.
let, like somebody like what's the guy name that's in Atlanta? The 1017 guy.
Yeah, Gucci.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Lord
let
have
none of
mercy.
them get him.
Bless Gucci hard. Everybody he done signed is locked up or resting in peace. R.I.P. Big Scar. Yeah, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he
But
came
Gucci,
back.
I used to know Gucci need the couch too because it's something ain't right with him.
Yeah, something definitely ain't right with Gucci. Yeah, yeah, he went to jail, came back looking like one of one of them when them ventriloquists and stick their hand up them puppets' butts. He looked like one of them damn puppets. And
Yeah,
no,
it's something wrong. It is something
yeah,
wrong.
yeah, it's something wrong with Gucci. I think he might be an android, but yeah, Gucci is wild. Pooh Shiesty gonna be up the road for a minute, and you got Fujiano up the road. Only one that he got that's really doing something is little buddy out of North Mississippi, Big Walk Dog. Big Walk Dog is nice. He real nice. But yeah, Gucci. Whew, that boy different. Exactly. Is which Gucci? Yeah, we all know it's two Gucci's. We
It's
know
something
it's two
wrong.
Gucci. The Gucci that we know used to drink at Bud Light and party balls and eat barbecue ribs and devil eggs. This dude right here, he come out, he all fit and don't look like he do nothing but eat lettuce and rotisserie chicken all day. But yeah, it's weird how that happened. It's weird how that
Whenever
happened.
they did the Gucci, they did the Kanye.
Yeah, you said this about a week or so. Kanye is like the real life version of that Get Out movie.
Uh-huh.
And when you said it, my jaw dropped. I was like, she is on it.
Yeah, they got
Yeah.
him in a sunken place.
They got him in a sunken place. somebody got a spoon beating that coffee cup. Lord have mercy. That boy know he done lost his mind. Out here making all these slave clothes and folk got his head souped up. Boy, you making sackcloth and shoes that ain't got nothing on them. Yeah. A lot of folk like it though. Yeah, but it's crazy, Miss T. But yeah, I hope these boys get they justice. Rest in peace, Young Dolph said that Jay Fizzle just dropped something, so I gotta definitely check that out.
Yeah, but they said, what's the name of your channel?
The Alabama Hitter, ALABAMA HITTA.
Yeah, Alabama Hitter.
Yeah,
They said put the name of your channel in the chat.
for sure. I appreciate that, Miss T.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just getting started, and but I'm not. And I'm looking at you, and I'm looking at Player Co, and I'm looking at everybody that's bringing how can I say genuine content. You know what I'm saying? We got like Player Co said, we got enough cap on the app. You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's folks out here. They just do anything One boy said, I heard Teaser was looking at me on YouTube when they got him. I said, I know he ain't say that. I said that's why they shot him. That's how they shot him. He was looking down at the phone. I said, hell no, these folks done lost their mind. And I hate to say it, some of these man, these folks believe anything.
Mm-hmm.
They believe anything and will argue down about it.
Yes, they will. It
That
don't even sound right.
no, it don't sound right.
I remember some of the politicians used to always say it ain't gotta be true. It just needs to sound right. It just needs to sound believable. Shoot, this stuff don't even sound right or believable. That's how you know folks off they rockers.
I swear they is. Yeah, they wild. They wild. I really got into YouTube when Nipsey Hussle passed back in 19, and I didn't even know this side of. I didn't even know that it was a lane out here for people to blog and do this type of stuff. And Nipsey Hussle was mild compared to King Von's, and then Mo Threes was probably the wildest that I ever seen. And then Dolph happened, and when I tell you, people just came out of nowhere, and that's the sad part about the hip hop culture. When somebody dies, especially somebody of relevance, like a Dolph or a Mo3 or a Nip or a Von, it's like it's an opportunity for somebody to get their shine on, for them to cut the camera on, to get their shit off and make a couple dollars. So people will go all out.
Mm-hmm.
I used to live a couple of blocks from Mayor Arrington back in the day. KS yet. But yeah, they was people. Do you remember the dude riding the U-Haul that said that Dolph told him that if somebody kill him, Empire did it, and that he tried to buy half of Empire, and they weren't having it.
Mm-hmm.
You remember that dude?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, if he said it to him.
Yeah.
I wonder what happened to him.
Nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. And it's crazy because I feel like he was capped, but him being capped don't matter. It's somebody putting something out over the internet. So guess what? They give a content creator
narrative, right?
Right. It changed the narrative, and it give a content creator at least 3 weeks of material. Not many times I've seen that video. Let's break it down again. It's like, Lord have mercy. Yeah. It's different.
Yeah, it's different. I tell you, and folks, I've never seen anything like I've seen on here. Folks, a bunch of grown folks. And you're talking about adults in their late 30s and 40s and 50s.
Oh, yeah.
Get on here and I'm talking about act the way that they act, how they consistently go at other people.
Well, I'm going to say this. There's a lot of people that weren't the most successful in life, and they figured out, you ain't even got to have cable to have YouTube.
Right.
People figured out that they can grab their phone and say some crazy shit. And if they get enough people to listen, they can actually get a check. So now you got people that used to work in the meat department at their grocery store making $8,000 a month on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a recipe for disaster.
Yes, indeed.
That's a recipe for the disaster. I was sitting in a dude chat, and dude said, a dude came in and said, boy, you might be on to something with this one. And you could tell that, yeah, he knew this dude, and he knew the dude probably been scamming his whole life, but he was making something with this. And yeah, I said right then, I said, yeah, this is a different lane. And because you see what I'm saying, and because you got people like that, you go from nothing to something, fam, they gonna fight you tooth and nail to keep it. It's the easiest money some of these folk ever made in their life.
But the thing about it is, why assault other people, and why not just tell your lies and stay in your own world?
Yeah, that's the narcissist coming out of folks. That's the intangible shit that people just can't avoid. Some people they can't help being an asshole. You know what I'm saying? And they are asshole, and then you encroaching on their territory, and yeah, that's a whole different situation. That's when you get that's when you get folks hacking your channels, and you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's a
Yeah, it's
sickness.
crazy. It is. It really is. I seen one lady. She don't even blog. She just affiliated with this whole situation. She said her page got hacked by a blogger. I said, damn, for real? You know,
Mhm.
but
It's a darn
that's
shame.
it. Really is. It
'Cause
really is.
it's not even that serious when you start committing federal crimes. And for what?
Yeah,
You're talking
because
about an entity. This internet is a federal entity, and
that's
you
what that's what I always thought.
all because of a blog. You want so you could be able to say, I know what you did last summer. You intruding on people's privacy, stalking. You talking about internet stalking, hacking, wiretapping, all that about what? For what?
Yeah, yeah, it ain't that deep for me. I just honestly, Miss T, I sat back and I see y'all doing it, and I said, you know what? I be talking. I talk my partners. I talk their heads off about this shit, and they be looking at me like, bro, I don't care nothing about this shit. So I said, you know what? I'm finna take it to the Tizu, take it to YouTube, because I know there's some people out there want to hear about this. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
yeah, I said, let me go and do it, and I've been liking it so far. I just got to get my weight up, so to speak. But yeah, I can't do it being unethical and capping to the people. If I don't know something, I'm not gonna act like I know it. Not for some likes, because you got to keep that going, you know. And that ain't my lane. That ain't my lane at all.
Yeah, I can't. I couldn't deal with that heaviness.
Right.
I don't know how people just they thrive off of chaos. I can't live my life like that.
Well, one thing about it is when you lie, you got to remember that lie. You got to remember, man. And one thing about it, these comments that scroll up and down the right side of the screen, they see everything, so they know when it's capped. Even
Mhm.
if they don't want to believe it, they know when it's capped. So yeah, might as well keep it 100 and tell folks what it is and hope they respect it. But I'll tell you, it's a lot of people that don't. It's a lot of people that don't respect it, and a lot of people feel like, well, shit, maybe I need to take that route. And I couldn't sleep at night. I couldn't. Hero Fix, appreciate you, homie. For real.
And make sure you all subscribe to Alabama Here to Answer Hero Fix TV. Because Hero Fix TV, he speaks a lot about education about fentanyl and all of that.
Oh, okay.
He
Most
gives a
definitely.
story of how he survived, and now he's kicking knowledge. I said I was going to have him on here one day because that's what's going on too. The reason why this generation is like it is, they own all these hard drugs and stuff. And I can't understand these niggas in their 30s, 40s, and 50s going and getting on fentanyl.
It's so many folks around here dropping off these pills. When I was coming up, only pill you were gonna pop might have been a Valium or what them boys they call them planks. But I didn't even do that. I smoked a little weed in my day, but nah, I'm not finna pop no pills. Nowadays, that's the whole culture. The culture when I was coming up was the chronic. Everybody, make my bud the chronic, But now these dudes, first of all, they got these skinny jeans on with these big wads of money hanging out. They got the gun with the stick hanging out. And then they reach in their pocket and they got a pill bottle. What the heck? That's a street nigga starter kit in 2022, 2023. Alabama hitter, it's a saying we use here in school. The dumbest question you can ask is an unasked question, and that's absolutely the truth. But yeah, they pulling out pill bottles. Pill bottles. They flossing their pill bottles like they showing off bags of weed. And I'm that blow me away. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I knew some cats that snorted powder. But now you can't do nothing. Cause boys is cutting the dope with the fentanyl. They making pill. They putting fentanyl in pill presses and pressing it up like it's a different pill, and cutting that pill with it. There's so many ways you can leave here by getting tricked out that fentanyl. Rest in peace to Gangsta Boo.
Yeah, rest in peace to Gangsta Boo.
You know what I'm saying?
She was definitely a Memphis legend. She didn't get the credit. I mean, back in the day she did, but she still was groundbreaking.
Right.
She still hard. I hate that happened to her.
I do too. I do too. Back in the day, I used to rap, and we opened up for 3-6 a couple of times, and we was in their dressing room one time when they came to Birmingham, and when they came in, the owner of the club, he got us up out of there, and they were like, "No, y'all chill." That was real nice of them. It was I don't even think Boo was with them at the time. It was Lil Chat and Project Pat, Juicy, Crunchy, and DJ Paul, and we sat down with them, chopped it up with them a little bit, and the boys said, "Y'all want to smoke some weed?" And before I could even say something, I said, "Nah, y'all can smoke with us. Don't know what y'all got in y'all weed." You know what I'm saying? Because those boys, they always used to rap about powder, and I was scared of that powder. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah.
It's messing the people off even still. Because somebody was telling me that they have heroin pills now that they sniff. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. That's crazy. But yeah, they cutting the dope. They cutting the dope with the fentanyl. They cutting pills with fentanyl. Yeah, you can't trust it. You can't trust it. I wouldn't even buy no weed off the street. I wouldn't even buy no weed off the street. And I don't do nothing now. You know what I'm saying?
These folks dirty now. They be wanting to see people lose their minds and stuff. They spike your stuff just to see how you're gonna react.
They gonna spike it to see how you react. And half of them don't care. Man, listen, if I can cut this with fent and get this much versus not cutting it with fent and getting this much, yeah, cut it with that fent. I just ain't gonna sell it to nobody that I really mess with. You know what I'm saying? And that's cold. That's cold. And if you got a big enough sack and you distributing that type of narcotic, you don't know where that's going. that still might make it back to one of your loved ones. You know how many times you done had people in your family that got down and you didn't know they got down? You know what I'm saying? You never know. You never know. But it's a sad situation and it's a cold game out here. And I just wish the youngsters would wake up, man. Listen, man, these pills ain't where it's at. Y'all looking worse than the crackheads that we used to make fun of in the 90s. Y'all looking bad out here. I'm talking about zombie action. Ain't nothing cool about leaning off a pill. Ain't nothing cool about it. Like I say all the time, I got a 12-year-old, Miss T, and I stay on his helmet every day by stuff like this because I can't afford to lose him. Not to these streets.
I know that's right.
Not to these streets. No ma'am. You know. But Miss T, I ain't gonna take up all your time. I appreciate you letting me up for the time that I've been up here.
I
And
really enjoyed you.
I appreciate that. I enjoyed you as well. And I want to say salute to everybody in the chat. Y'all really made this a pleasant experience. And salute to everybody, man. I'm going to drop down, but I'm going to be in the comments, Miss T.
Okay, hon. I appreciate you for coming up.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you now. All right.
Shout out to Alabama Hitter. Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe to him. Go subscribe to Hero Fix TV. Who else was in here that's got a channel? I don't know. Miss Catalea back. I'm glad that she's back. Hey, Daryl. This been a good show tonight, you guys. I always talk about the importance of this. Has been a good show tonight. I get lazy tongue sometimes, okay? Because I'm a country girl, okay? But this has been a good show tonight. I always like to go back to the beginning, like when things get so far out of hand and stuff start getting lost in the sauce. It's always good to go back and look at raw footage before they started editing situations and trying to trick people so that narratives could be pushed. It's always good to just go back because I understand there's a lot of people that has a fascination with the Young Dolph's case, which is a good thing, right? Because as long as they know that people are watching, that's basically keeping your foot on their neck, right? That's making them consistently work. And that's the reason why I think a lot of people try to intimidate folks in the beginning into not even talking about the case. Because they know the more you talk about it, the more that it ignites the authorities to make sure that they do what is necessary, right? But the feds are involved, so what's necessary is going to happen anyways. So, taking out these folks' children or gassing somebody up that's a crash dummy and giving them favors to go and take out somebody's child, is asinine and obsolete. And it ain't gonna change a darn thing other than your fate, because a lot of these people consistently doing crazy stuff. Like it has a lot to do with being sadistic when you could just plot and have somebody to go take somebody's life. That's sick, right? But what they're doing is ensuring their fate, and which is some of these folks is going to go to the death chair. Okay. All right, because they are serial killers, okay? I'm talking about the ones that's dropping the bags on these folks' head, right? But anyways, you guys, I'm gonna shut it down. But I ain't even really sleepy. I'm gonna get up and wash. Y'all know I went and bought a lot of washing powder. I got some new smells, so I got some clothes in there. Y'all know I cannot go to sleep and with dirty clothes in the basket, right? I don't know why my grandmother got me like that, but you don't go to sleep with dirty clothes in the house. That's weird. But that's just how I am. So I'm gonna get her up and wash. And I thought I was gonna be off tomorrow, but I gotta go and I gotta go out on location. Remember, I was telling y'all about my client where I went and did a commercial for them, and they was talking about doing another location. Well, I got to go do another location tomorrow. Cypress was snoring up on all that moving. All of that moving got Cypress tore up from the floor up. Because I started hearing something. I was like, dog, player code. I was like, dog, I was getting ready to ask him, Marco, is your dog snoring like that? So then I was like, well, maybe not. And then I was like, no, that's a human snore. And so then player code was like, put the video on mute. And sure enough, it was Cypress. Cypress and all that moving and stuff. All of that moving and stuff got Cypress tired. And I started calling his name and couldn't wake him up, y'all. I can't wait until it's over. Too new to you. He ought to be good and rested tomorrow. I think I don't know if Cypress is a member, because y'all know we do the book club tomorrow. Oh yeah, we do the book club tomorrow. Oh Lord, I don't know. They booked me for tomorrow. I hate that though. They booked me for tomorrow evening. So oh Lord have mercy. We might have to do the book club tomorrow when I get home, because I hate doing the book club. We might do it early. I don't know. Let me renew my membership. Okay, Catalea. Yeah, but I hope Cypress was moving. Cypress was hauling ass getting out of Memphis. I don't know what's going on with that. I hope nobody ran Cypress out of Memphis, but he sure tired. He was hauling ass getting out of Memphis, and now he tired and fell asleep on my damn platform, snoring loud. But anyways, you guys, it's 1:00. I'm getting ready to wash. Okay. So I appreciate you guys for tuning in, and I appreciate you all support as always. I always say I have the best subscribers out there. We the Real Grown Folks channel. We agree to disagree and push on. I want to say a prayer. I got some more ideas. Look at me. Y'all know I get to talking. Like I got the book club going, and I want to make the book club bigger. Okay. And there's something else that I want to do, but I'm going to wait until we get our footing in with our book club. And then there's something else that I want to do. I always come up with a lot of ideas, y'all. I'm a nerd for real, okay? A lot of people don't even know that, but I be liking to put stuff together. And God had given me this idea about something, and it's really going to help everybody. And I believe in like entrepreneurship. I think people should, if you have a gift, a lot of people don't know like arts and craft is a gift. A lot of y'all God has y'all sitting on $1 million ideas. God has given you all, and you just sitting on them, something that could change your life. So I have this idea of some things that I want to do, and maybe I can incorporate it in the book club. That's the reason why I understand what to do in order to get the result that I want. And I love reading. I love learning, and getting some of these authors here. I think is going to, especially with the different types of books and stuff that we're going to be reading. I think it's going to help some people. Like I said, I have an attorney. She used to be a bankruptcy attorney. Her name is Stacy. And she said that God had, when she was practicing law, now she's into family law, but when she was doing bankruptcy law, she saw how many Black people didn't know a whole lot about finance. And she's a Christian woman. She's just awesome. She's a very nice person. She said, and God told her to start helping her people, you know, and telling us how to get out of debt, you know, without spending money. You know, I guess it's okay if you need to go to credit counselors and things of that nature. But she said, you know, God had told her to just start helping the people. And that's what she's been doing. She has not written a book. She has not been doing any of that. She's been having classes at church, and she tells you how to strategically get out of debt. Okay, what you need to do, as far as a whole lot of stuff. So I asked her if she would be a guest in our book club. You know, after we finish this OJ book, then we're gonna have her on. Okay, we're gonna have her on, and like I said, she's a lawyer. So, and there's some more stuff. Like I said, I would love to start seeing people use their gifts, even if you just do it on the side. You know, go register your business and just start doing whatever it is, whatever gift that you have on the side. I just think that's a beautiful thing, right? But anyways, you guys, Bishop T.D. Jakes Church have plenty of businessmen and businesswomen. Really? Well, that's a blessing. Maybe I need to. Where T.D. Jakes Church at in Dallas? As long as I was going to say, as long as they ain't zesty. You talk about they're single. Or you just saying that they're just, yeah. Oh, there's this girl. There's this girl that I know named Roslyn. She lives in Dallas. And she said that there was this lady they go to TD Jakes Church. And she said that there was this lady, she was working in the bookstore at TD Jakes church. And she said there was this lady that walked up to her and said that God told me to bless you. Tell me what it is that you need. And she said, you know, but anyways, to make a long story short, she said the lady turned out to be a multi-millionaire. The lady bought her a Durango. She said the lady kept saying, what else do you need? She said the lady blessed her and like 5 more other women. And she got her Durango truck at the time. She paid her kids tuition because her kids was going to private school. She said the lady kept asking me, what else do I need? She said, I didn't want to say buy me a house or anything like that. She said, I look back on there now, I wish I had, you know, but yeah, he had people like that, millionaires that just walk up to folks in the church and just bless them. I'm sure it's just a tax write-off. So maybe y'all need, people that live in Dallas need to go over there with the right heart, though, with the right heart. Because, see, I put that into the atmosphere. Be people in the area going over there to the church. Think about prostitute, okay? Anyways, you guys, I want to say a prayer before I get out. First, God, I just thank you for the great live that we had tonight. I ask that you bless each and every one on this live, Lord. I ask that you shield and protect everyone and their families, as well as me and my family. No weapon formed against any of us shall prosper. Anything that rises up against us will be condemned. All evil eyes that looked in on this live with bad intentions, with bad thoughts, I reverse every demonic curse and send it back to the sender, and may it manifest in their very own lives in less than 30 days, okay? So we covered on this channel, child. But anyways, you guys, I appreciate you guys for getting on. I'll be on tomorrow. I don't know what time I'm gonna get on because I hate to get on early and then be rushing to have to be out on my appointment. But I gotta go film a commercial tomorrow. They booked me for tomorrow evening. So I'll probably be out there about 2 hours. They pays good though. So however long they want me out there, it don't even matter because they pays very well. Their budget is very big. Okay. So I'd be willing to be out there ever long they want me to. But anyways, you guys, I'm definitely, we're gonna do the book club tomorrow when I get home. I'll schedule the book club. Okay. I love you guys. Sleep peacefully tonight, and don't forget to pray before you go to sleep. Okay. Talk to you later.